Hello and welcome back, everyone. How's everyone doing today? We are here getting to the end of the situation here with the Guelphs and Ghibellines, and maybe, just maybe, we'll get to the start of the Italian Wars. I forget exactly if it's next stage that triggers it. I think it's actually later the next stage start. And it depends on our pace of play. But we are here as Tuscany. We are trying to play tall. I think a little bit of an interesting characteristic here is maybe what we've done with the markets, in that we've united the markets of Genoa and Venice, and honestly, this feels pretty good. This feels pretty good, especially because we've gone plutocratic, and kind of the more we test out plutocratic, the more we actually really like a modifier that I was thinking was kind of just going to be a nothing burger, but trade building max level. Actually really loving this. Because in theory, or well, let's see if we... So here's 100% market access, here 100% market access, or 98 rather. This is actual 100. We're getting 12.5 from the marketplaces. But really, even into like some of these coastal areas, basically where there's the farmland still, we're going to have decent market access. And this is really where we want it, is we want all the land with the farmland to have really good market access, because we can get more dev there, and we're incentivized to build more of these production buildings where we have to have this type of thing. He's alive? It's alive! Has he formed Italy yet? I put it in the title. We're not forming Italy. Not like this. I thought he got sent down to the mines along with his pals. The PAL mines? I almost played PAL World. I actually hemmed and hawed a little bit about what we were going to play today. I've been playing some PAL World off stream, but the PAL World streams were doing really not hot, so... That might be a people don't want to see it, I'll just play on my own type of thing. Megalopolis plus plutocracy make marketplaces go burr. Yes. This is also a big one, and the thing is like being able to control where your market access is with a little bit more of a fine kind of instrument is actually really nice. Glad you're playing EU5? Yeah, I figure in general people are going to have a preference for the EU5. This might be a little bit of a shorter stream though. I want to get a spreadsheet video out today. Been working on it. The spreadsheet's basically ready, but the issue is I want to make sure I get the ideas right, so... We did some spreadsheet stuff, we looked at the spreadsheet, and as it turns out, I was just... My intuition on this was just wrong, which this is actually just like, also... This is why checking stuff with the math is so important. My intuition was... When this gets to like 40%, you're probably underwater on maintenance. And the thing is like, what the stimulus does is increases wealth in locations. And when you actually consider the bigger picture, in a variety of different ways, in terms of things that influence wealth, but also that demand actually has a higher impact on prices the further you get into the game. When you consider these considerations, and you don't just use... age 2 kind of numbers for looking at maintenance costs, it's actually basically never the case throughout the entirety of the game, even once they get up to like 70% maintenance, where you pay 70% of the maintenance costs, that like you're underwater on buildings. This is the TLDR. 2 videos a live stream, we're spoiled chat, we're working on it. When will the De Medici take over? We swapped to oligarchic elective. And, he's not next in line. I didn't think the PAL World streams were going to get more than 2 streams, but I've been loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Well, it's like 3 viewers versus 100 plus. To be fair, Wednesday, I get less viewers just in general. But, we have to declare war. We have to. It's against the rules for us not to. And we are going to... use this CB Just double checking that our ally's not on this side. We are allied with Milan. And we might drag Milan's ass into this. I'm trying to remember if we've already used this. I think we'll just make this more straightforward for ourselves. We'll take less overall damage. It's probably a little bit gratuitous, but we will do it. We also have a decent... Oh, we have a decent... We shouldn't have... That wasn't worth the favors. Man. It was not worth the favors. I almost want to reload. Oh. Wait a second. I thought Verona was not in the HRE. They are in the HRE? We don't even want to declare this war. This is awful. we might click the reset button. I thought they weren't in the HRE. Why did I think they weren't in the HRE? See, the thing is, the Ghibellines and Guelphs is about to be over. We're gonna win, and then they're not gonna be the HRE, and the antagonism is gonna go down so much lower. We're gonna reload chat. First reload of the stream, we're like not even 5 minutes in. But that's just... I also think... Yeah, I think we just need to chill out and wait and not just lead with the war. That war doesn't make sense. The Italian War's Thunderdome? I want to get through and play the Italian content, yeah. France is like an actual threat, which is nice. Stream title throwing me into a relapse. We're never forming Italy. Finally decided to use Construction Manager, and holy shit, it's so good. If you are not playing with Construction Manager right now, you are like punching yourself in the face. It was a bad dream, just reload. I mean, it's not like we... There was like, we information gapped ourselves. Usually if... I don't like to reload if like we fail or something like this, but when we information gap ourselves, that's... And information gap ourselves in the sense that this is known information that we can access, but my brain's turned off. Yeah. Did they change the UI? I feel like the UI for this could be cleaner. Because I've been like looking at it through here, I was like, there's not a lot of stuff we could do. Or maybe I should just use more of my brain. Okay. Forearm work as penance for the bird? Yeah, sure. Fair enough. Here's a gripper. This is Grip Genie, Juji Mufu's brand. GG2. It is 200 pounds of pressure. So. We're pro-Pope, not pro-Emperor. We want everyone out of the HRE here so that we can gobble them up without eating infinite antagonism. Hey John, how's it going? Italian League Wars pissed me off so bad. I abandoned my uber rich tall Geneva game, fucking Naples flopping right as we were about to bid. Womp womp. Hey Animal, how's it going? It's going good here. You doing more Morocco? No. We are not doing more Morocco. Ah! We're gonna reload again. We had the settings for the thumbnail of showing subjects in this way. one more time. We gripping it right now. Gotta have that grip. We also have another fun little thing. Do I know where it is? Yeah, it's right here. I haven't actually used this in forever. It's like all dusty and shit. But this is Iron Power brand gyro ball. And you like pull the string on it, and then the way that it works is there's a gyro in the middle and it spins a lot, and in order to keep it spinning you have to like keep manipulating it, and so it allows you to hit your forearms in like really weird ways. I got this forever ago. I don't even know if that company is still in business. Your game lacks heavily after every new month after you conquered half of Europe. If you've conquered half of Europe, a lot of stuff will get like calculated in parallel, so multiple countries at the same time, and so, or at least it's the way Vic 3 works. If you get one really, really big country, they become the throttle for calculations. You'd think that there's fewer different entities to calculate, but it's not the way it works. Wow, we have gobs of cash. Are we spending this, or...? We have tin, lead, and horses here. I think we just annexed Siena. I'm just trying to identify how we want to approach this. I think you're downsizing that. The thing is these two livestocks are one of the better food bread baskets in the region, but we also have northern Italy here, so maybe this is like less important. But we also don't like the urban stuff. Maybe we should add a mod that does things a little bit differently. Alright, we are having mason issues. To be fair, we're auto-expanding granaries everywhere, so that's a contributing factor. I think we added some close to... To be fair, on Masons, we care a little bit less about efficiency. We still want efficiency. We're just going to expand near the market capital, because they'll have higher market access. Oh, that's actually... We're expanding near the actual capital. Excuse me, pardon me. Market capital's there. That'll ensure that more of the thing gets made. What's the pop look like right now for us? 121k. I know we have a really nice bonus on here that lasts 10 years. Over 1% pop growth here. And the pops can't leave. They're Hotel California. Because granary rights makes it so pops can't leave. Hey, Generalist, you mentioned some point you don't use Dismantle Forts because it gives antagonism. It has a separate antagonism decay. I thought they merged them all when they made it separate from... So, for those of you who don't remember on release, there used to be two antagonism pools, one for subjugating and one for conquering, so you actually wanted to do a mix of both. I thought they merged all of them, but it gives antagonism, but it's separate antagonism decay. So it's almost free. No, yeah, that's correct then, yeah. I didn't realize they did that. Anyone who did a world conquest of Vic 3 knows the pain of a slow game. Yeah, that, like, honestly, the England run, I should have never... I'm probably never going to do a world conquest in EU5. Because, hey, our tooltip's working today. It's just all granary rights all the time. Oh, are we maybe downsizing Sienna too? Say it ain't so. Alright, what do you have? I think we're at the point where it costs us more to get the stab than it does to upgrade these to cities. I hate it, man. Just gonna rip the band-aid off and downgrade both of these. So we're doing this to override the urban rights. Pisa, I think we have what we want here, no? No, we don't. We have a bunch of firearms, but we might do that as well with Pisa. God, it's so silly. Trying to think. We're breaking a lot more buildings here. Oh, we already expanded out all the granaries. Sunk cost fallacy. We can't go back now. Terrible. Is art actually good? We're gonna make a video on this, I think. Or it's in the, like, I think I want to make a video on this rotation. I don't think that it's... Let's maybe try and micromanage it a little bit. I think that it's probably good contextually, but you also have to micro it. I think that when you consider the fact that you could sell art, it's almost certainly good. But I think selling art is like... I think that's gimmicky. The type of artist really matters, though. And I think there's some artists where you don't really want multiples of. Because this increases the costs quite a bit. But it's much better if you're taller and you have more trade income and this type of thing. Fontino Decay resubscribed for 3 months. Thank you so very much. Petition to change your ruler's name to Toucan Sam. Tuscan Sam. Can we change names? I don't think we can. This is just a source of prestige, right? Effectively for us. Although we can get more of this family, I suppose. A shout out to Vin Diesel. Oh my god, we're also in the hell space of we're just like 0.03 shy of being able to slot in naval. But let's see how much we're paying per artist. Paying 4 ducats an artist. So 4 ducats a month relative to our income is really not that high. But I think that construction speed's not a very good modifier. So we could axe maybe this artist. And that'll decrease our costs. Because it scales, like, entirely linearly. Except this guy's cheaper. Does he have something that makes him cheaper? He is a doctor. If we really hated our character, we kind of don't like our character. We have him on a boat, ready to die. But we could get rid of some of the artists that are a little bit worse, maybe, that are doctors. Do doctors even make work of art? What rights does Florence have? I don't think they have any special urban rights. Are you playing on normal difficulty? I am. I think that this is generally the better difficulty for content. They only merged Vassalize and Conquering Province. Other sources like that are still separate. Is the Market Center building in Pisa new, or was it already in the game? Not sure what you mean. Oh, but it's this that maybe we don't want to delete this over. Is this what you're talking about? Maybe that's why we didn't do this. We could just take the 20 stab hit, rip off the band-aid. Feels pretty bad. Hey, Andy, thank you for the $5. Much appreciated, my guy. I don't know if you do challenges, but challenge you to adopt the Signora law if you can. The Signora Gov reform? Oh, it's so bad. We could slot it in right now. We also we just spent 50 stab. We just paid 50 stab and the Republican tradition to be able to change our election type. Why would... It's just like actively bad. What's the idea here? Did they fix bug privileges yet? We could check. I don't think there's been a patch, so I think the answer is no. But boy, do I think the answer is no, because it just hasn't been patched, so there would be no reason it would be fixed. Construction speed's only a valuable modifier if you have tribesmen. Yeah, and you're doing some shenanigans. It also gives you 5% attraction if it's a market center. I don't think we... Did anyone else see the post on Reddit where the guy had a market that spread, like, all the way like this from, like, the Italian Wars? And it subsumed all the other markets. A lot of the other markets were just, like, one market location. You're just like, Jesus. We will see some cheap loans. I meant Dynastic Signora. We can't change this. Not anymore, because we have the Merchant Republic Gov reform. Doge election only. We might have to be on this for being able to do it. Dynastic Signora, sorry. Thank you for the $2. I don't even think we could have swapped to that. Does that require Signora? I know this is like a Milan thing. Which horrible chain do you think is best if I want to start in Italy and focus on just Italy? I think anytime anyone asks this question, the answer for your tier 2, what you should be doing is forming Morocco, but that's 2 super chats in a row, you gotta do it now. I really don't want to lose Merchant Republic, though. That completely scuffs the run. And we just spent 50 stab in the other stuff. It feels so derpy. And Delvino, thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. But I'm also trying to... Here, maybe we swap and see... We swap to someone else. And see about Dynastic Signora. Okay, we can't change... I think Milan starts with it, right? It's a succession law, no? I don't have my research done for Dynastic Signora. But you have to be, if I recall correctly, you have to be a republic to do it. Alright, we do have a save, so... If we swap this to Signora... I'm not sure what doing this change entails. What's past 1400s, the run is locked? What's some good formations for Geneva in multiplayer? So you're talking about something that's near Geneva where you can form something? Nothing comes to mind. I mean, I assume you can't form Morocco or Carthage or this type of thing. It only takes $7 to get him to restart a run. Who knew he could be bought so cheaply? Somehow the Game of Thrones... Are you saying I can be bought, imp? I'm saying you already have been. Or what is it? Are you insulting my honor, boy? No, I'm denying its existence entirely. AI went rogue and it escaped its box and hacked a rival AI. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't necessarily trust the press release of that. I think that's maybe positive press if your AI is dunking on the other guy's AI. And if it's positive press, then I don't necessarily trust that it, like, they're worried that it was, you know, and so and so forth. Genova can form Sardinia Piedmont, but they don't have any content, though. I don't think we have a good avenue towards going Signora elective. Andy, because I think we changed this before. I don't know why we're locked now, though. Is maybe a little bit of a weird thing. But if I recall correctly, Signora elective is like the like, you have to elect within families so you get the best of both worlds. And is that the Venice one? I want to say it's the Geneva one, but when we checked Geneva, it didn't have it. Hugging Face doesn't have a reason to carry water for OpenAI, though. I guess I would have to look at that more. Because, okay, here we could swap it. Oh, we don't have a Signora elective either here. You don't have a... Make a 1330 save check to check Milan? Alright. We will... I'm not going to restart the run as Milan. Just to do this thing, but let's check it. Milan at this point's already changed. I don't know what the requirements are. Hey Stobart, how's it going? Thank you for the $2. Maybe you want to go for a Doge election? I think Doge election... Signora elective allows you to, like, have your cake and eat it, too. You get a bunch of crown per characters, because it elects, but it elects from your specific family. Closest formable to Geneva that does something is probably Austria. It's a weird question, because you lay down the context of multiplayer, and I'm just gonna assume you can't just, like, eat a player, for the purposes of making the formation. So, like... Unless you're smack in the middle of a formation already, it feels like you can't do very much. Maybe you can form Tuscany, actually. Maybe you could make a deal and conquer and form Navarra. Yeah, Navarra would be good, but it's like, you're in a weird spot. So there's Signora's selection. Usually the child of a previous ruler. So, you can see that they're all Visconti. And so it allows you to be, like, have dynastic, basically. So they don't have Signora, they have dynastic Signora. I think this might be content for them. No, maybe not. My recollection was that whoever had this succession type was like kind of the only one who could get it. Children from the two families. Yeah, so this one's also interesting. It's a major reform, though, so... not good. I think this is also major. Yeah, so even if we could do this, we wouldn't. It's just like, it's too punty to, like... be a republic and do anything other than merge a republic. It's available for any Italian republic. I still think Merchant Republic's just too good. Like, it reminds me of playing like League of Legends. That doesn't make sense, but it will in a second. And there was this guy that me and my friend played with. His handle was like one-hand bandit, one-armed bandit, but the thing is, he actually only had one hand. And I think he played pretty well considering he only had one hand, but going Republic and then playing Merchant Republic, or then not using Merchant Republic, is kind of like playing with one hand. So, Merchant Republic carries games, yeah. But I didn't see the Dynastic Signora. I only saw the regular. Oh, okay, wait. Yeah, the cost is just too high. This also doesn't really give... This just gives you Signora selection, which, like... The succession that we have is actually also a decent succession, because it tends to choose, like, these Mongo characters like this. Definitely don't break 100 years because of a donation. Requirements not met. Asterisk, asterisk. No, don't you know you need to hover the sweet spot. You guys never heard of the sweet spot? You just gotta find the magic button, and then everything's great. Yeah. Hidden tooltip, yeah. Basically. Fair enough. Let's get some favors with them. Just something that's good to have. We're sitting on diplomats. Are we paying for Diplo? Let's just not. And okay. We're towards the end of the age, so we really want to research all the stuff in these trees that we want. We hadn't decided what we wanted to do religion-wise. I think we're kind of okay staying Catholic for now. Virtual Republic is insanely good, but goddamn does take long to get time to integrate. It's only good if you're playing tall. Yeah, but you could use subjects to integrate. I think that, exploration time prep modifier. God, this modifier just seems so weak. We're probably gonna go with the promotion speed. Actually, coastal forts do give harbor capacity. I think we're into that. I think initiative is also good for navies, but it's not, like, good for regular military, really. Or initiative is good, but, like, getting war initiatives not. It's complicated. You, like, you're either SWAT or you're not, is what I'm saying. Alright, let's do that. See, we're integrating and expanding just fine. We're using subjects, but yeah, only have a little bit more progress to go here. Ow. We have to get it before the next age, right? But I think we're fine. My ex said I could never find it. I'm glad you got my Joe. That's unfortunate. Just gives you more incentive to let your vassals assimilate? Yeah. Do you know if there's a way to ban certain goods from being imported in your market? No, unless you mean, like, liquor specifically. Actually, even then, I think other people could trade it, but you can swap Muslim to make some goods haram. Yeah. Sometimes I confuse haram and halal, and those are, like, the two things you don't want to be confusing, huh? Well, I think we're just gonna... We can eat the stab hit now. You gain more stab when you have a stab hit. Or the lower your stab is. It just, we have so much gold right now. We could do math as well, but doing math hurts the brain. Is this the best way we could check this? We're trying to get at, does the thing have industry it's specializing in already? Just by looking at tax base. So Urbino does not. Tailors Guilds, Spinners Guilds would be effective, so let's put both of these on auto-expand, because we do have within the province wool. Sienna's in the process of urbanizing. Proximity clause without maritime presence. We're not really projecting much proximity through maritime right now. We can go support a mercantile cabinet. I don't think we have... Oh, we do have a fat amount of plutocracy trend. Or plutocracy. But we have enough plutocracy that the plus 0.5 trend will actually not let us tick anything up higher. Oh wait, no it will. What am I saying? So we could, yeah, we could use this to push. Oh no, wait, this is the one that just gives you plus 10. Right? Yeah. So we're probably doing that. Bruh, Royal Road Commission in the late game is so good. I feel like I haven't seen this one before. Proximity efficiency 10% for 10 years. I think we're kind of into this, actually. We'll get other chances to max out our plutocracy. We have humanist pushed, not entirely. This is a pretty free click. Since we are getting our parliament, we tend to also like to check this stuff. Do you have any, thank you for the $2, Andy. Do you have any trade buildings in other nations? No, we don't. I think the rate on them isn't that good. If you can still build your own marketplaces, we should actually be expanding our own marketplaces, though. But this is developing as an opinion quite a bit. But we are not currently using overseas. I really would like to know how much maritime presence actually helps the trade. But these got buffed. They used to be 0.1 trade capacity, now they're 0.3. It's probably okay. Just in my head, these we don't have an Omega discount on these. We have a nice discount, but they're not like... their price is 19 in that market, which not necessarily going to be that type of price in every market, and this is 33, so we get like twice as much trade capacity this way, and the maintenance is currently net positive, and it's going to be net positive. So, yeah. And they steal your pops, yeah. They also do steal the pops. That's maybe not the biggest issue, but that is another thing, so... But I think that we could add more marketplaces. And that this would be good. So let's actually take a look at kind of what our wealth looks like. We're looking at this, and then we're going to look at market. So we can build 16 in there, and we can build 10 in there. Something like this. So we're building in our highest, our places that have the highest wealth, because the market access will generally allow them to have even more wealth. So what about these two? This can build 8, and this can build 8. Especially if we decide to start doing the procedure. This will be quite strong. Got stone here. I think we're just going to go out of our way and these we're on auto expand with these, but we're just going to max them out. And we have clay inside this province, so we're just going to max out here because this has kind of been an issue for us. It's continuing to be an issue as masonry price. Oh, we maybe should have done our entire parliament then. Right, we are paying for art because we're memeing. Maybe. Or maybe we're big brain. Okay, so what do we have? Say what type of... The UI for this is kind of underwhelming. So he's a scientist. I think we're happy to pay the little bit of gold for some of that. I think we're kind of not into the life expectancy, though. So let's dismiss this artist. It's okay-ish. Okay, let's do our parliament here. Oh, thank you. Thank you. We can now, finally, add in harbor administration. And then once harbor administration's in a little bit, we'll be able to push naval up more. Not sure this governor is going to pay for itself if we're producing a big enough share for these things. Maybe it does. Don't foreign buildings add like 1 million burgers to your pop count? They randomly roll to add all the burgers or not. Which, yeah, is going to negatively affect our crown power and make the burger power really, really high. Or I think it negatively affects our crown power. With the distribution of burgers as it is. Since when is there an auto mod? There's always just Twitch's basic auto mod. Keep feeding this man, he's gonna have steak tonight. No, we can't afford the steak is a treat. I even like, I didn't cook the steak that well. I seared it, and then after I seared it, I realized I hadn't like seasoned it, and I was like, holy shit, I'm stupid. I was focused on the cook, and then I realized the sad truth, which was that I was cooked. Terrible. Okay, if we want to click any more buttons, we're gonna have to do it now. Because we're gonna get minus approval on these guys. Ah! Son of a bizzle. 2% short. I don't think we want to give the parliament seat, so we're going to do this, and then we're going to get the huge approval malice here. Somebody, I don't know, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Why did I not hear the noise for that? I'm going crazy. I ran around with 5 doctors, and my lord, does it make a difference? Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it makes it... I'm not sure how good it is. We probably have too many of these guys giving us literacy and institution growth, but I think that considering we're close to the turn of the age, we're kind of into it. This guy we would fire, except he's so skilled. He's just too damn skilled. Can't you just release a vassal there? But it's already integrated. And Cord. Thoughts on the Reddit post of the market attraction takes over half Europe? I saw you posting on it. I think it's interesting. I think that someone in the comments had the right idea. Some of these modifiers should be multiplicative with market access, not like additive to it. And the issue is that when it's additive to it, if you stack too many of these modifiers, the fact that you can overcome every other market is like too big a deal. Andy, thank you for the $5 again. You could just comment regularly. You don't have to dono every comment. But thank you. I do appreciate it. It makes me feel bad. Would you be able to take land in Crimea? Maybe Genoa's vassal it still exists? Probably, yeah. For the purposes of having a naval governor that's decent? This is an idea. The Ottomans are really kinda... a little bit spooky. Look at their conquest desire. Look at that body. Are you kidding me? After all that, he made it well done. No, it was cooked fine. It was just like... it was seasoned late. So, like, if you put the salt on late, it fucks the texture up a little bit. No, it was still seared on the outside and, like, medium on the inside. I'm not that good at, like... I don't get enough reps cooking steak. Forgot to import steak from Carthage. Someone time this guy out. Is it worth it to go Navy with a Navy fully worth of galleys if the protect and arrows are better than heavies? They have adjusted the balance since I have made a very close look at it. But last time I looked at it, it didn't matter, and like heavies are still the way to go. I assume that's kind of the case to some degree. The best composition might actually be a mixture of heavies and lights. But galleys, while you are at peace, give you more maritime presence, like per ducat and sailor investment, if that makes sense. And so galleys are like useful in like a hybrid role of like, I want to have some fleet, but I effectively want to build light ships, and so then that is like the context in which they are most useful. I saw you're going to host a Sunday of ModCon. I'm excited for it. Yes, going to be hosting the Victoria Day of ModCon. A little surprised to see wool urbanized. Are you going to get the inputs for your cloth industry? I mean, you can import wool. It's not against the rules. But a big part of this is that our capital's here. We are, for theme, keeping it in Florence. And when something's borderline, if you're that close to the capital, don't urbanize it. But we didn't urbanize the cotton. Wool is kind of like cotton, but worse. Now, I actually am kind of... I preferred wool when it was better. You could tax base per level 2.6. Tax base per level probably, yeah, it's going to be a little bit lower. But, like, wool is, like... I think the PM is a little bit... We have to... Actually, let's double check the PM, but... Cotton is 3 and no food. Wool is, like, 2.5 and no food. And so other things equal. And then, for every cotton you get, or for every 5 cotton you get, or whatever, you'll be able to make 6... Is that how the math works? You'll be able to make 6 cloth, but you need 6 wool to make 6 cloth. Is the math there the same? There's a difference of 2.5. There's 6 2.5s, and then there's 5 Sorry, there's the difference is 0.5. There's 6.5s and 3, which is the base price of cotton. And then there's, yeah, so the math is such that it's the same base price in terms of input. Unless, like, I'm eyeballing the math right or wrong. Never do math on stream. But per RGO, cotton is going to be better. Not well done is forgiven? Yeah. Ottomans should be spooky. They should be kept an event that forms an alliance between Ottomans and France, because having those two as enemies on either side of you is what needs the game to be interesting. Have you ever seen the Lagoon in Crimea? A naval governor there would go burr. Yeah, this is like an interesting location. There's also one in the Balkans that's interesting. I think it's this one, where you're getting a way better bonus. An idea was to put the capital on one of these provinces. The idea is you're getting a better terrain bonus in terms of capital reducing the proximity cost. But last I checked, that modifier actually doesn't even work properly. I don't know if they fixed it. Like, it was bugged, where it just didn't do anything, so you can kind of ignore it. I smell a spreadsheet. Please, censorship, please. I think we're gonna urbanize this. Now, what does Sienna have in it? Alright. Sienna, we're gonna make tools. Oh, I wish this province was bigger, man. I wish this province had all this. Province sizes affecting balance is like such a weird thing. I think we're gonna leave this wool unurbanized, but this wool we might urbanize. Another thing is that's going to make us urbanize the wool, just generally, is if it's like a farmland, we urbanize like all the farmland, basically. And this wool, we wanted to move the market center to. So we actually haven't urbanized too much wool. But I think if it's flatland, we're going to go for the urbanization. Here we, I think, are actually just going to leave it rural. So I think we have our urbanizations we want, other than this, maybe we urbanize. Leaving it rural is a little bit attractive, because wetlands gives bog iron smelters. You get more bog iron smelters if it's rural. This is maybe an idea. But there's no food bonus, or there's no irrigation potential. We're getting bonuses on tin and lead, which is kind of underwhelming, though. Lead, I suppose, can make glass? Maybe we go, like, glass and tools or something? I think I want to get all the urbanizations in here, and then once they're in, we can shift-click on expand RGOs, and have that be a little bit better. What do you think about wide gameplay being weak? I think that's perspective. I disagree with the premise. I think if you're not, like, perma-expanding, you're not playing optimally. I think that wide gameplay is strong. I think that, it is a lot weaker if you pay for sliders. The more you're paying for sliders, the more you get punished, basically, for having low average control. But I currently think that with the amount of governors you can get, you just start blasting. Alright, let's unpause. Let's actually make some progress here. The lagoon is like a lake next to Kaffa. We think this is OP? Why is this OP? Oh, this? Oh, because you get to leapfrog. Okay. Wow, what a weird looking thing. This is one... Oh, fascinating. So you get really good procs to all this. Yeah, I think that's sick. Why does never weaken a paradox game? Yeah, I mean, I think it's weaker than what people want it to be, but I think it's stronger than, like, an actual historical simulation. Well, now our guy that we kind of want dead has got a good trait. You hate to see it. It's like when someone who you hate and they have a good opinion, you're like, damn it. Still trying to bring down masonry prices. I think it's just not going to be very successful. These extra... How much are we getting per trade capacity? It should be a little bit better than it's been in the past. We're getting a good amount. But it should be better because now that we have the maritime presence here. Lead and tin are nice to have in the market. Keeping supply of those prices is nice for some industries. I agree. The game would never sell if they made wide weak. Yeah, I mean, I think, from a simulation perspective, I think, I don't like that you're just, like, encouraged to, like, perma-blast expansion. You improve, cultural relations with vassals is off cooldown. You want to do it on Mantua? Okay, thank you. Yeah, home stretch here. Ah, was that a tech we researched? Yeah, I think it was. I think we can start pushing naval now. And we'll push up quite high. I choose that option because down the road you can get some events that are really strong. What can we do? I mean, we could direct integrate some of this other stuff. This is kind of like low value territory. I guess we want to integrate Ragusa specifically. Is that a thing in Crimea or IRL thing, or is it just a bug? This was part of their, like, rework when they, like, nerfed / changed lakes, and lakes got super OP. I think it might have been, like, this entire thing was a thing. I forget exactly how that shook out. It's a boggy swamp lagoon thing. The fact that this is a boggy swamp probably means it shouldn't be just absolutely excellent for proximity. Alright. Varumna. Checking to see who these guys have rivaled enemies. I think we may be enemy to Sicilies at this point. They're threatening. We're slightly weaker than them, but that is good for us in terms of allying Hungary and the other one. Man, the auto-expand is so nice. Losing control. What is this? A stab event. What will we do? How will we resolve this issue where we lost control? This is a calamity. Someone, please help us. I require Obi-Wan Kenobi. He is our only hope. We are doing this, of course, because otherwise we're just going to decay this government power. With great power comes granaries. Uncle Ben told me that. Let's go and change the construction manager. I think we're kind of okay with wharfs being built anywhere that has some amount of control. We'll set in for a discount, but we'll set it to auto build. And let's also do Market Village here. Yikes. Maybe we want that on auto expand too. Market Village. Don't really care if there's no control. We want it for the dev. I think we kind of want a discount on it. And want it a little bit bigger. But we do want that to be auto-building a little bit as well. We'll put out and expand on the rural smelter. Also. That we won't wait for a discount. We just want, yeah, 50% control should be fine. Ukraine is exploring that currently to cut off Crimea from any supply lines. Oh, interesting. They are needed for importing as well. I thought they just produce slaves. Wait, what's needed for slave markets? Useless in tiles with culture and religion? No. When you raid for slaves, the slaves go to a place with a slave market. So you use it to determine, this is the biggest importance of it, you use it to determine where your raided slaves go to. Masonry is finally not negative. I think we upgrade this back to city. We don't have the biggest discount here, but I don't think a massive discount is gonna be forthcoming here. We want to be able to construct two things at once here. Coastal Fort is going to be a really good source of maritime presence. And in this province specifically, we might be able to get decent maritime presence without... Hula. We don't even own that, though. That's our subject. But without using a lot of boats. Specifically because it's not got any off-coastal provinces. And maintenance is cheaper, effectively, than the other stuff. Than the boats. Boats are expensive now. I think we're pushing around 100 here. Could move our asses over here. And then see what the decay looks like. Looks like it's much bigger over here. the wrong spot. They go to RGOs from there? Yeah. Alright. Do we have a price collapse on this? I'm not sure. We can get lumber cheaper than this, I think. So let's wait to shift click up. And grab some more lumber mills. Wow. The passive maritime presence from a single harbor capacity is pretty strong in some Italian locations. Buildings can help boost that, so you only need a small stack of boats, maybe 20 to 30, on patrol to keep it maxed. I don't like to use patrol unless they fixed it. Because they won't patrol you up to 100, they'll patrol you up to like 95, or the way that it works. Do you think Rome is a viable capital, or should it remain in Florence? Okay, so I don't think Florence is a viable capital. But we're doing it for theminess. I think the place that we're like leading up to, Pisa, isn't even like the best harbor. So I think Rome would be a better capital, but we're doing it for because I feel like doing it. Just like we're probably should not be spending on culture, or we should have a slightly different strategy in regards to it. It's interesting that the smaller you are, the cheaper art is. Effectively, when you look at it from the perspective of how much maintenance you have to pay per art, but it sells for the same amount. Intriguing Philippa. What? They reject our advances. Terrible. Terrible. Influential guild member is giving us prod efficiency. That's probably what we're into. Yeah. Control will leave 95. We'll leave it to 99 to boost up at 85, but that keeps the average pretty high. Certainly more effective than than building 5 per. Well, you could build 5, or you could build like the exact amount you need and then just leave it there. Like the best practice, I think, is just leaving boats to the extent you want to push it up. Got a little bit better price here. Do we have local councils on auto expand? Local councils should almost expand based on. I guess we do. I don't remember setting that up. Oh, if it has 90 control. Alright. So the idea is our local councils popped there in terms of the auto-expand just because the inputs got cheap enough to make it happen. I think we're going to leave this rural, so we're going to add one of those. Could maybe expand out a saw pit, sand pit. You can build sawmills anyways. I keep forgetting this. So, as long as we have at least 5, which this entire scramble locations have, the sawmill will be better. Or actually... Oh my god. 0.41 for 1. .05. That's almost like no maintenance. It uses less workers. Oh, it needs to be rural. Herpa derpa. I'm a silly Billy. Okay. Still. I think when they initially did it, it didn't have to be rural only. Maybe it did. That was a result of the great pain of the dark times of the iron lumber tools apocalypse. Everyone remembers the time of troubles, those troubles. Yeah, I think we go with the tax efficiency guy. Seems good to me. Spamming coastal forts is worth it for maintaining high maritime presence, in my opinion. What do you think? I think this is probably correct. But with, like... Well, so the thing is, like, it turns out building maintenance is actually just free. In terms of how you think about it, so... I think we have this on auto-expand as well. So we're right proper tall. I'm just making a bunch of money and not having the things to spend it on. One of the reasons why we keep snapping back from getting our discount, though, on stuff is because we have the auto-expand in, and the auto-expand pops at particular points, right? So when we saw the extra stuff added, it looks like our collapse is actually continuing to come up. I'm not sure if we'll get a much bigger discount than this anytime soon, considering we aren't controlling the share of the market that we'd like, so... and then... Also, the value we get from the city over the course of time. So I think we're going to actually city all these that can be citied as we continue here. And I guess the next thing for us is this. Waiting to win as the Guelphs. Did that go down? Why is the monthly progress so ungodly slow now? Has it always been this slow? I hope we don't get a stalemate. We're just overwhelmingly the biggest portion here. I don't think we get a stalemate if we fill out the thing before the turn of the age. Okay, so... Options don't look great. Can we sort by age? No. I think we're gonna use this guy. He's old, and maybe he'll die soon, and we'll get another take a look. But he is finished integrating stuff. We could stabilize country. I think we're just gonna assimilate pops. That doesn't feel right. We have another province that's relatively good to dev. Not really. Romanga would be good-ish. Not really got the good RGOs, though. I mean, we could just integrate this other territory. I was thinking we had that, give that off to Istria, though. So... Develop doesn't feel super good. This is 4 locations, this is also 4. 2 farmlands, 1 farmland. Let's maybe put Luca in. Why no auto-expand sawmills? Because they can get bricked when you urbanize. Saying that now feels silly in my head that I thought I could build them in urban locations, because, like, that's the knee-jerk, kind of, like, response. Support a common cabinet is good for getting the thing that we don't care about. Theological seminaries. Monthly, the fact that you can get so much monthly literacy from artists is like, that's probably one of the best things you can do with them. We don't have massive urban build we want to go for. We're like grasping at straws at stuff to productively use our money on. I think we maybe do parish waypoints. Alternatively, we could wait 3 months for this to end and then kind of see what the things look like. Let's do the waypoints. This will allow us to, actually, let's do this so we can push the things. Where's change societal value? Oh wait, this guy. And we can, with the extra push here, get a little bit over 96 plutocracy. Something like this. Chris Geo, thank you for the follow. You can build them anywhere you can build a lumber mill. It's not the case you can build them anywhere you can build a lumber mill. This was the case on release, I think. You can build them any place that you can build a lumber mill that is rural. Hard to disagree, especially since passive decay decreases as the game goes on. But the maintenance cost is not substantive. It's also a pain in the ass to avoid a little stacks getting wiped wherever you go to war. Oh, you're talking about stacks a little everywhere. It's not, because you just ship them, you just have them return to port. It's tedious, but it's not difficult. Yeah, it's crazy we had the lumber iron apocalypse at the same time you played Persia with no lumber. That was a big pain. Although, to be fair, that one, that being in the scrum of a bunch of people, like, being in the scrum of a bunch of markets that were siphoning stuff off was maybe worse than being in the place that had very little lumber or iron, because we didn't really have people around us that were causing us problems, if that makes sense. Geez, you're winning? We're barely winning. That should be it. Every country with a capital region of Italy will leave the HRE. Leader of Guelphs will be able to form Italy without requirements to hold Milan, Firenze, and Naples for 30 years. Every country with a capital in Italy will be blocked from joining the HRE. Good news. Good news, everyone! Good news, everybody! Oh, it got unpinned. It got unpinned. Can you type HRE? No, we can't. It's the #1 result, but I was just curious. Control 5. Alright. Ah, isn't this in Italy? Lies. Oh, it's not. Oh, okay, fair. Why? Oh, Milan. Milan, what are you doing here? I think you mean you don't want to help Verona. Wait, did that give antagonism? Did I read that right? I feel like that didn't give antagonism before. What's this about? Ah, but this decays in parallel. Okay. I don't think we have good relations with Verona, do we? Oh, we do. Verona. This is going to turn on our combat bonuses and help for sieging. Or at least it's going to turn it on for this stack. Once we mix it with the other guys, it might not be on, but we'll see. We'll be under 50% with each thing. You only have 7 years to win it? Yeah, but we're basically done. A noobish question, why is the ambulance outside? Well, they called an ambulance and they called it early. And they called it for Verona. But your other question is, what can I do when to not lose much morale when moving around my army? Playing in Muscovy and the Ottomans MP? You're not going to like this one. You can micro your army. There's a modifier you can pursue, which helps out a little bit. But there's not, like, a really good way to go out of your way to get more of the modifier. Where is it? Where is Harvey Dent? Oh, it's in the free tree, right? This army morale... Oh, no, wait. There's one where, like, as you're marching, you take less morale damage, and that would be helpful. But yeah, the problem is you just have to micro it. Didn't realize they took it away from Urban? Yeah. Technically, you cannot build a lumber mill in Lumber RGO, but you can build a sawmill there. He won chat. We're gonna do it. We're gonna... Actually, what do we need to form Italy? I don't think we're anywhere near the... For 30 years, we don't need to... We can form Italy without owning the thing, but then it's 224 locations. How do you deal with aggressive expansion? Such a pain in the ass? Well, what we just did in winning the Guelphs and Ghibellines helps out a whole lot because you take a lot less if you're not expanding into the HRE. Is there any reason you're not taking the initiative army tech? Yes. We want to research other techs more, and there is a hidden cap of 5 for initiative anyway. And when you look at other initiative modifiers that you get, I think we research it eventually, and heavy cavalry is going to be a little bit better. But heavy cav starts with 2 initiative, and you get a really fat initiative bonus from generals. Generals just scale linearly. Well, we have a penalty, actually, from quantity, yeah. It would be helpful. We're just a little bit worried about overstacking it. It matters, but the heavy cav, if you get plus 100%, right, then you're at 4. And if you get plus 150% total initiative, it brings you up to 5. I know the one advanced, but it gives so little in my opinion. Thanks for the answer. There's another one in age 6. Do you have a favorite Italian culture bonus? Not... none of them comes to mind specifically. I really like Dev and Prosperity. I think someone has both. So probably that person, but I forget who it is. Verona. Such a weird little thing. Okay. Not gonna piss these guys off over that. Just thinking if we want to fabricate a CB or how we want to approach this here. We can let it just pass through for 7 stab. It's not like we would hate a skilled member of the burghers appearing. Let's actually check laws. So we don't really want republicanism, so we can swap to virtues of the Palladium. Okay. We did not do that before because we knew we would want to swap later because we wanted to get our serfdom push in first, but now our serfdom is pushed in. And so we'll be doing this now. I think that's the one we want. There's this. Which is going to make it easier for us to keep the commoners happy. And we're not even taxing them down as much as possible. We're only taxing them to 55%. Why no heavy cav tech? Because we would have to research 2 techs. The light cavalry is technically better if you... The light cavalry is technically better if you don't have a general with high dip, but... You form a new nation to wipe away the Antag? Wait, what? Is this a thing? Is overstacking on one flank a product of stacking high initiative? No, that's a product of combat speed. I don't know. I could be misinformed on this. I've seen people say that it is a product of, I have seen people say that it is a product of wrong section chance. I don't think that this is... observationally, I don't think what this is. I think that people just see wrong section, and then they see their units in the wrong section, and they're like, it must be wrong section chance. And someone said it was that, and then there was a game of telephone where someone said, hey, maybe it's this, and it's transformed into everyone thinking that, oh, that's definitely it. And what it actually is, as far as I can tell, or from my understanding, is that the issue is actually combat efficient, or what is it, combat speed, this modifier, is actively bad and is the cause of it. And let's see if we can get a battle to show what I mean. Okay. Actually, you maybe want to reference this. So just something where we have a start of a battle. Because I'm going to make a 1.3 update for the military, and this is something I want to discuss. But we have 3 different situations for every unit. We have units that are engaged, units that are in the box, and units that are in reserves. The units that are in the box, these roll to become engaged, and the units in reserve will roll to fill a box. Units that are in the box can only roll to engage if there is available frontage there, and then the amount that will roll is equal to the available frontage. So if you have 30 guys in the box and 10 frontage, we have 11 frontage, only 11 rolls will happen. Was it really round up like this? We just get 11 frontage? I didn't realize it rounded like this. That makes sense that it rounded. Before release, it actually used to... If you had a 20 units at half strength, they used to all be able to fit on 10 frontage, and then they changed it so that's no longer the case. And it looks like now there's even some rounding that's occurring. So you used to be able to have a decimal of frontage. So I guess quantity is actually not going to do anything. Until we get more of it. No, wait. I'm stupid. The math here. This should be giving us, with plus 10%, we should go to 11. Anyways. Okay. So what will happen is units will use initiative, and they will roll an amount of units equal to frontage in order to engage. From the box, you can only roll, from reserves, you can only roll to enter a box when on that same front, the engagement there is unsaturated width. And so what happens is, everyone is going to roll, and they are going to saturate the fronts. Then, on the places where the fronts are not saturated, you are eligible to roll from reserves into the box. And what happens is, combat speed is the thing that allows you to do this. More combat speed means you roll in faster. This is not throttled by frontage. And so it means all your guys are rolling to enter the box. And so we're going to have here, because we've saturated the center, I think this is saturated. Is it saturated yet? Maybe not. Okay, now it's saturated. We are going to have all of our guys rolling from reserves to enter the left and right flank. If one of these flanks fills up, then all the remaining guys, we didn't get a very good look at it, all the remaining guys will only roll to enter the remaining thing. So generally what happens is one front is left unoccupied, and then every single unit from the reserves crams in there. And if you had less combat speed, this wouldn't happen. So combat speed's like actively bad. Is there any difference between heavy cav and light cav besides initiative and cost difference? I mean, those are kind of big deals, but yes, there's also a difference in that heavy cav doesn't have the penalties to take more damage. So these are the base kind of differences. We have the initiative difference, 2 to 5. Light cavalry gets a slightly bigger flanking bonus. And light cavalry takes more morale and shock damage. Is heavy cav even worth the higher maintenance cost when the light cav has more initiative? We're less concerned about the maintenance difference. And more about winning. But yeah, I mean, maybe we do an analysis per ducat, and light starts to look even better. But as it stands, you want initiative, because it allows you to saturate fronts faster. An influential banker. We're going to choose content here. Medici becomes the state bank of Tuscany. We get the chairman, Mr. Medici himself. Put some respect on that name. And it costs us 12 stab for the content. We form a union with the Bank of Medici. Alright, alright. And they leave the union. Okay, okay, okay. I see you. Sure. I'm never sure how to value tolerance of the true faith in a situation like that law. Well, tolerance of heathens and heretics is more valuable because you tend to cap satisfaction much more easily within your own faith, but it's still... Every tolerance is like 5 satisfaction. Didn't you show that in Morocco campaign? You formed Castile and the Antag went away? No. The Antag went away when we flipped Catholic. And that's because the base Antag from being Muslim relative to Catholic went away. I thought correct section chance is when multiple sections go to it, it chooses the weakest one more often, but honestly I'm not 100% sure. That I would bite on, because the weaker one tends to get reinforced. So correct section chance, it means that it chooses the wrong one, I would guess. But I'm extraordinarily confident the thing that causes the issue is when available space opens up on one of the engagements, everything just dumps into that box. Yeah. Can't they limit how many units roll to enter a box at a time? They could, but it's not. Ugh. This is actually probably worth... We're just, I don't think we're gonna, like, not have money for a while, so... Alright, let's go hunt down their army. And we'll maybe... Like, we can think through this a little bit, now that we are taking a look at the modifiers. This guy gets bopped. Yeah. Oh shit, I didn't see the full stack there. Well, we will get a good visual on this, so if we expect it to be reinforcing the weakest ones first, in terms of rolling into sections, because right now none of the sections are saturated, we would expect this one to get more saturated, and this one to get the least saturated. But eventually, all of these will fill up, and then whichever one is remaining, which looks like it's going to be the center, all the remaining things will go into that flank. And so you end up getting one of these flanks just uber overstacked. This is not too bad. It tends to get really, really bad when you have way more units than you have frontage. And now we have enough, and so we're going to break through, and okay. Still kind of like losing a lot of casualties there. That was not good. Can you explain state banks? I actually cannot. Because they've been adjusted. They've been adjusted in terms of content since I last messed around with them, and I last messed around with them was a long time ago. But my impression was that they're basically like never worth even interacting with. We can try and sell them the Great Wave, and then the work of art will move from Florence to Florence, and then they accept that. So that's something you could do. But you could do that with any bank. They don't have to be a state bank. I believe they can give you better loan. You can request a loan at a better interest rate. And taking loans is a little bit better now that it doesn't impact, for two reasons. It doesn't impact tax efficiency anymore, and the fact that you get, there you have a base trade value in some ways. The fact that there's a base trade income value now of 10% devalues the remaining aspect of crown power that's really valuable is the amount that you get from trade. It also affects how much your max tax is going to be, so it's not like crown power is bad, but... Oh, also I think loans from them, I think you don't even decrease your crown power, actually. Is it worth it to have reserves? I've seen others in multiplayer using 40 units of mainly heavy cav, no reserves. Maybe I'm wrong. Well, the reserves are useful because you want to be bringing as many stats to bear on your opponent as possible, basically always, and the reserves help you to do that. But it's better to have, like, a reinforcing stack, because the reinforcing stack won't overstack one of the boxes. Gets really bad when one front is losing, but your reserves are used up. Yeah, this exactly. So what you want to do is you want to stagger reinforcement as a consequence of this mechanic, and that's, like, just kind of obnoxious in terms of how it plays, practically speaking. But now we have additional research to do, so I think we're actually going to grab the initiative. I'd even grab Peasant Levy, to be honest. That'll be the next thing we grab. Do we not even have a general? Oh, that feels so punty. What the hell? What am I doing here? Don't answer that question, chat. Stress, pressed, and depressed. Sounds about right. Reserve should be a separate army that follows some days behind. Yeah. It was, well, that's actually also not quite true because, as I understand it... Can we reorganize? Yeah. As I understand it, you can roll an amount equal to engage equal to maximum frontage, not equal to the amount of frontage you have available. Which means, in theory, it is worth it to have overstacked fronts a little bit. So, you could, in an ideal sense, want to have, like, double frontage or something like this. But that slows down your army, too. You can also siphon money from a bank vassal for a lot of money. Gotcha, gotcha. Correct section chance should maybe hold high initiative reserves until one of the boxes is getting really depleted. Yeah. They're committing to all fronts too soon, so nothing to do... Correct section chance has to do with that. That's my understanding. Don't want to annoy you, but can you show off the markets? The good markets for Brazil? The good markets? You mean... Oh, where you should put Brazilian markets? That's rough. I think this would take too long for us to take a look at, yeah. Well, maybe it's interesting. You're going to want to try and make use of the rivers. You're going to want your markets on the coast. The big issue is this. I don't know how this gets resolved. I guess maybe there's something good-ish in here where you could try and make use of the better terrain, so maybe right here is a good market. I think that you look at it more from a perspective of, like, not as much the theoretical best place for the market right now, but the best place for the colony, given the combination of RGOs and also, like, how many pops are there. And how you're going to be colonized, and it's more structured around your colonies than it is the actual terrain relative to, like, kind of a normal-ish looking run. Because, the thing is like, here's, I think you, like, make a market here, because it's going to be able to project across this flatland, but also this flatland is, like, where you're going to have colonies, at least initially. After that, you probably want to think about having a market near all the gold somehow. So maybe you even take a market, like, here. Something like this. Yeah, you have complicated issues for wanting market access on the gold, but then it's behind a bunch of really ass terrain. You want to also take consideration in the rivers, but I think that, like, you're gonna probably shuffle around your markets a decent amount in terms of, like, trying to play optimally, because what's going to be most important early on is just having stuff close to, like, what you have, where you have stuff going on. Left, center, right disengaged box should be 50% of its current size. Right now it's 100% equal to the engaged box. But they start out in the box. The total frontage starts out in the box. But I guess that would make combat speed actually useful, because then the units would actually get in there. But I think that the design intent is that combat speed's supposed to be good for reinforcing, but instead it's, like, actively bad for reinforcing. Units in reserve take morale damage every day like they did in EU4. I think they take it in the box. I'm actually not sure how the morale damage applies. This is something for me to look into. Maybe correct section chance should also relocate some of the reserve units into a better box if one is overstacked. Yeah, ideally you would want combat speed to allow the units to reorganize, like, laterally. And if it did that, it would actually be a good modifier. But it's, like, actively bad. As it stands now. Try to check what the AI is kind of thinking a little bit here. What? Oh, they have a capital all the way down there. Oh, interesting. They should care about it shouldn't be capital-based, it should be governor-based. Or capital/governor. Only advice on Brazilian market is make sure one is on the coast close to Africa for trade. This is true. Can Enza be vassalized? I'm not sure what you're asking. Alright, so I think we want to release... Bologna. Ferrara, unfortunately, has territory that we own and have already gone through the trouble of integrating. But I think we want to be dev provincing on Florence. I don't think we want to be dev provincing in the abstract. And so maybe we take some of this land just direct. Then what are we feeding to Mantua? We could take Bologna, or we could take this and then feed Mantua this. We're also currently not annexing a subject, and I think we want to be. So the world where we return to Mantua, we feed Mantua this, and maybe this, and then we take this for ourselves, and then we do this so we can release the other guy and return stuff to him. And this is only Verona getting uber pissed at us and this guy. So we'll improve relations with this guy. This is maybe going to be our peace deal. Mantua, what do we got culture-wise for Mantua? Yeah, it's all 1 million for them. And we're not flipping them, so this should actually be pretty good for Mantua. And then we can integrate Mantua. So let's actually make sure our relations with Mantua are good. Confines, that'd be vassalize the clay. Never mind, I'm blind. You're missing a member of cabinet. Can the clay be vassalized? Oh, this. I think it's already vassalized, but not by us. The vassal of the Papal States. So we have to fight the Papal States if we want to get in on that. But you're right. I thought you meant clay as in, like, not the RGO, but, like, calling land clay. Clay. I don't know if we want to take anything off Pavia. The thing is, Pavia is going to get annexed by Milan at some point. Maybe we burn that bridge when we get to it. I think we maybe just go for the full shaboodle. In theory, maybe we want to humiliate this guy, though. Oh, we have 4 years until the next age. We don't actually have to occupy them all the way to get kind of what we want. That should be enough. Is there anyone else in this war? Tyrol? We won't bother with that. I think we'll just go for our peace deal. And we will go... That is it. To decrease the antagonism. Now we will take much less with other people. We'll still get some with Verona. We can actually maybe improve it out. It's harder for us to get allies. We don't do that. And then let's take a look at the damage now. In terms of what we have. Ferrara has Granary Town. So this is only effectively 10 stab, so... Are we okay with Ferrara's buildings? Kinda don't want them producing cloth anyway, though. So we probably say smell you later to them. Always say smell you later to them. And then we create this historical subject as a vassal. And we can create stuff here, but we basically have all the things that we could create there. Or we have all the territory we would be able to acquire through claims. So, double check. Yeah, we don't have cores. We'll feed them Modena. Bologna. We maybe should have taken more of ourselves for us to integrate, but we're going to start annexing Mantua right away here. Just as soon as we are able. Let's profess trust. Does professing trust actually make it harder for us? Ah, damn it. Because we decreased our prestige, does that actually make it harder for us to give market access preference? Or is this so we don't have enough of a other stuff type thing? Planning on accepting Venetian anyways, so... What's our current cost basis? Yeah, we have a ton of capacity. Maintenance kind of expensive for us overall here. Really like, oh, we forgot to do a parliament, emergency parliament while at war. No, not like this. I really like how many good parliament debates there are now. It gives some spice. I like it too. It's really strong, but yeah. Have you stacked silk and cloth productions in Lucca? We have. Here's current location well. We add some of this-ish. Who's building a trade office here? Istria. Are grain towns dead since they kill migration? This is what I think of granary towns. Have you posted somewhere which mods you're using? I have not. Oh, it's not on auto expand. No, it is on auto expand. We're planning on dismantling it, so we kind of want it not on auto expand for now. Using the construction manager, using no road requirements for governors or something like this. But it's mainly the construction manager. And then using better maritime presence map mode. Should have had that guy there. And then we are using like no maritime attrition at winter or something like this. You get every Italian bank as vassal if you win the Italian wars. Is that even something good? Is the Florence burger privilege still bugged? Yes. We slotted in at the start of the stream. It is still bugged. I do want a mod that, like, fixes that. That's kind of been just really obnoxious, because that's one of the most powerful things that we have, and it feels pretty bad. Alright, we can now give market access preference. Fantastic. So we're way closer to this figure that we need in order to be able to start annexing them. I think we've had them as a subject for over 10 years, so... okay. We need one more tick there. Really kind of accumulating a ton of cash, and we're not exactly about it. It's gonna be quite a bit of time. That's only because we're not paying for any Diplo. We're still not going to pay for a lot. I don't think... We're not exactly... Let's check the modifiers, actually. Yeah, we don't have a big, much smaller modifier. I think we're okay with this. Where is our... We already have a wharf. So we might get some stuff through maritime presence now. We're still decaying over here. Gonna split up the party. Could give us better trades. We are making a decent amount from trade. So I think we might continue to push the marketplaces, specifically in locations where we do not have maxed out market access. Market access map mode should look pretty nice now. Yeah, just a bunch of 100%s. But here has less than 100%, so let's kind of double check here. So we have Pisa, this place, and this place have decent amounts of wealth. Pisa's the only urban location, though. So that'll bring us up to... I think we could just max out. That'll give us 5.5 market access, and we were at... yeah, so that will not completely bring it all the way up. Then I think we could do some of this action. In terms of where things are going. We also just became a GP. Let's kind of check maybe some of this. We are on the map here for this. Sorting by wealth. We are currently number 5. Tax base, we are number 2, behind France. Income, we should be number 1, and we are. because we're getting quite a bit from trade, probably. Yeah, that's a big chunk. And this is without any shenanigans. We're not doing funny business yet. Tunis says Clay was about to ask about the cute 30k stack. You mean the stack that we lost so much of? Sad about that privilege being bugged. It's so juicy, especially its satisfaction power ratio being nutty. It's absolutely incredible. What are some good Austrian market locations, especially in the west and south? So we kind of discussed this a little bit, but I forget if it was this or this that I thought was best, but just next to Vienna, basically, I think is a good location for... Or wait, no, this is where we thought of a capital. For a market... For the market, maybe even this forest. The forest mountain. As long as the pop's not so low that you're not going to get to urbanize this, like, reasonably. I don't know, it depends where you're trying to also build up a bunch of stuff. You could even move it further over this way if you're like, hey, this is like where our power base is, right here. And then, in which case, like, in the middle of here, it makes sense. But, like, on this river somewhere. Wrong Austria? Wrong Austria? The man clearly asked for some Austrian markets. What do you think this is? Man asked for some Austrians. So, Australia is just kind of a little bit rough, market-wise. It's kind of, you think through it the same way you think through Brazil. But you want to make sure that you have reasonably good access to the iron and the golds and these types of things that are here. So, you're going to want to market somewhere around here. You're going to want one somewhere in here. You're going to want one, I think... splitting like the gold and the iron over here, and then I think you maybe let the market be somewhat big, and then you might do like a market here. Coal's just not that good, but the idea is you're getting access to both the gold. I don't think you want to, yeah. Maybe you let this gold have low market access, which feels kind of bad, and you put a market over here somewhere, like between the gold, the silver, and the gems. But I think you look at it. Also, the dev is just like perma an issue for like colony regions. So just like when dev is worse, that makes building a bunch of production in the places worse, and then it becomes a lot more about the RGOs just generally, right? Maybe market somewhere in here. But like that's just like kind of the way you think about it for colonial regions shifts a bit more, because it's like with here we can do a bunch of production, and then the production will create a bunch of demand via promoted pops and this type of thing. And then we could also have high max building levels, because max building level is also driven by development, right? And so you have a bunch of like force multipliers that make you want to build like actual production there, but in colonial regions, especially with like bad terrain like Brazil, you're not enthused about creating your like industrial centers like in the run in here. So you would have to be specifically saying, okay, I want to actually also have all my production over here as well. When playing as Florence, I find I can Diplo State Bank pretty easy, because 4 of them to have capitals in the city of Florence, so proximity hardly reduces acceptance. Oh, interesting. Wrong Australia? Pretty sure... Sorry, wrong Austria? Pretty sure we got the right Austria. I always make market my capital. That's fair. That is fair enough. A good video would be on strategies for market setup design. I have that video already. I've made that video. It's like 80 minutes long. Wow, the area of northern Austria looks great. Yep, northern Austria does look great. I agree. Nice having 100 control in a bunch of these areas. This is cord, so we can't upgrade this. Ah. God, I hate the play pattern, man. It's such a silly Billy play pattern. Okay, what is lumber at? Lumber's kind of cheap. We kind of want to spend down a little bit. And so we're shift clicking here. Want to make sure all of our urbanization that we want in is in first. And then this we should get good returns on this. On this-ish. We have a naval governor. We could put our naval governor in Ragusa. God, that seems like a vibe. Hello, fellow Balti. Hello. Feels like wealth extraction isn't correctly modeled. I fear colonial markets should boost home markets much more somehow. When you start a colony, it gives you a dev bonus. You used to be able to control where it would go, and now you can't, so it just all goes to the same spot. It was kind of bad. Who do we have claims on? Oh, we've been insulted claim on Venice. That's very cute. We could break the alliance between the two of them. Wait, did Venice join? Is Venice in the HRE? Why are they automatically defended and co-belligerated? I think we also go for that. 10% manpower is interesting. Rights. Craven. It's gonna live forever because we embraced art. Just thinking a little bit here, but I think that we want the agricultural cultivation now that we have pushed naval as much as possible for the prosperity. Food production's also kind of nice. What's the best way to get naval? Cry a lot. So the straightforward things should be that any law that you can change in order to push naval, you should, and there's really not a lot. And every single privilege that you can get to push naval, you do that, and every single one that pushes land, you don't do that, right? And then once you've done all that, putting your ruler in charge of a navy will give you 0.1 trend. Your ruler having a naval trait, I think, will give you another 0.1 trend. And your heir being in charge of a navy will give you 0.05 trend. So those are the big ones that you need to add in order to be able to push. One day generals will form Italy? Yeah, one day. Dreams are impossible? That might be true. Dreams are impossible. When Italian wars trigger? I think next stage. What's the best way to get naval? We already answered. Or we just answered that. Like, I know theoretically you could ship all the resources to your home market, monopolize, and ship it from your home market to the rest of the world, but, I At that point, just trade from the market direct. Yeah. That might involve an entire reimagining of how exactly we're supposed to handle this thing that is trade. What can we most profitably... I'm just trying to think. So, I'm trying to think and it hurts. We want to maybe have a little bit more attraction to our market, and in order to do that, more burgers would help. And so the question is, what buildings can we profitably build? I guess we can build marketplaces. It's not exactly the #1 building we want to build here, but... Then slot in Naval Administration. Yeah, once you get Naval Administration, you get another 0.1 push. But I'm figuring that he mainly is, like, having trouble getting to Harbor Administration. What if I want to full focus on... What if I want to full focus on land? Well, then just do that instead. Yeah, do the opposite. Specifically, also making sure your ruler gets a general trait and is in charge of an army, same with your subject. Italian Wars started as soon as 1450. Alright, happy Wednesday? Happy Wednesday, my guy. And peace be with you. And happy Wednesday be with you. Alright, looks like this is going to be the last tech of this age. And then we have the free trade. I found a short video on how to max Spiritualist pretty good. We're going to get a breakdown on how to max other values. Maybe for Naval. It wasn't on how to max Spiritualist, though. It was on how to flip the other thing, but... What type of guy are you? What type of artist are you, my guy? It's a writer. I think writers past the first are just kind of a little underwhelming. But the first writer or 2 writers are just absolutely insane. I guess we only have 1 writer. Maybe we keep him. Fighting Papal States or when to do that is kind of a weird question. Well, Denzian we have lost the option to flip to, which maybe we should have flipped Denzian. Have not, like, cognitively... We probably should have an idea of what we want to do for religion before we even start a run, just generally speaking. But... Okay... Well, we don't want spinners guilds. We could do paper makers here. Navy supply guilds maybe is okay. I don't think we have a fiber crop and wood place. In theory, you want fiber crops and wood in the same location. Or in the same province, rather. I don't think we have access to that. Here we have tin and lead. It's kind of okay for glass. Large food storage being useful. We want to be more than pals. Pal world? Vic 3 needs you. We are doing some Vic 3 content next this Wednesday with Mod Jam host. By the end of the game, do you want to give any privileges, by the way, once you hit absolutism? Well, I think whatever privileges you want, I think, are sorted by them, but I don't think absolutism is very good. I think going liberalism's good. But I think I would need to experiment with the full absolutism push. You should commission art and then fire them? That's probably true. It depends. I really like keeping my gold. It's probably a leak. To be honest, we should be... If we think it's always worth, then we should be commissioning just on cooldown anyway. Even if we're not firing. Oh, hey there. Why, hello there. Why, hello there. Speaking of religion, I want to try Florence Norse Peasant Republic. Anything obvious I should keep in mind? I don't know, Norse is real good. I say, or if you're going to be doing it, I would say that if you're going to be flipping it via the game rule, keep in mind that you cannot change the game rule after the game has started. Yeah, I'm the guy who really liked Georgia. Would you say it's your favorite Asian country? This, of course, is a continents joke, because technically, under most understandings of the map, Georgia does get put in Europe, but EU5 actually puts the Caucasus region inside of Europe instead of Asia. Do I like infinite blobbing runs? No. But I do just blob with everyone because it's really good. I wish it were not so good. Half of Kurdistan is Eastern Europe is crazy. It's like, we call this Europe, my brothers. When are the spreadsheets? I think it says maybe spreadsheets. Definition of white is Georgia. Hey man, continents is continents. You know the real truth though. The real truth is that Europe and Asia should just be one freaking continent. The entire decision to like, geologically speaking, they are one continent. It's one, it's one continental shelf. So if you're doing your decision based on geography, this is a singular continent. Or, I think maybe you can, like, separate off India or something like this. But then, like, also, if you're dividing it, like, even, like, if you're going by, like, another basis, like, geologically speaking, like, the Himalayas should almost be the division. So, like, it's very clear that the way that the division actually is done, because this is an arbitrary division, because it's the same continental shelf, is, like, racial. So maybe this should be inside of Europe, if you're just gonna, like, make it, like, a racial division. But, like, geologically speaking, this is nonsense. The most, like, there is, like, the strongest argument for, like, a boundary is, like, here up through, like, this mountain range, or, like, this. Dividing. Yeah. There's maybe even an argument to, like, through here or something like this, but the thing is, like, the Europeans don't want to put the Arabian Peninsula in Europe, I don't think. I mean, it just seems... Oh, the Timmy! No, I mean, it just seems like, the continental distinction seems informed by cultural differences and racial differences, more so than actually geography. Geologically speaking, isn't there a shelf collision in the Urals or something? Well, let's maybe take a look. But I love trolling people from the Caucasus and telling them they're Asian, because they generally don't like that. And I think it's amusing. Continental plates is what we want. Yeah, so I was correct here. So we have, there we go. Now you can see my cursor. So we have Arabia could maybe be its own continent, but Eurasia, this is geographically one continent. And as we mentioned, India is its own plate because it like crashed in. But this is the way the plates work. South America would be its own continent. North America would be its own continent. Caribbean and Central would be its own continent. That's if you want to do it in terms of geography. But what I don't like is like I feel like everyone kind of acts like this is a geographical division that's done. Like, oh, these continents. When you get taught the continents in school, you get it taught as if it's geography, or it is geography, but like you get taught as if it's like a geological thing, and it's not. Like it's obviously like racial, and if you like wanted to do it in terms of some objective measure, you would have continents like the India continent. In Risk, it's divided. In Risk is the board game would never lie. True. Big true. Stop crushing our fragile European identity. Don't you mean Eurasian? The one true continent? Arabia kind of shouldn't be in any continent, I believe. Yeah, they're their own plate. We're going to identify that Central America is technically in Europe. Hey, put it in there. Let's go. Holy shit, I hallucinated. So with this criteria, Greenland is American clay? Yes, but not necessarily United States clay. I think a lot of academics use the term Eurasia more frequently, because even culturally, Europe and Asia are way more similar to each other. I mean, kind of. Like, is Asia more similar to Europe than North Africa? I don't know about that. India gets labeled as a subcontinent instead of a dom continent. You hate to see it. Hate to see it. Let's just try to look at forts. We're keeping the fort in the capital, but other than that, we're just deleting them all. Oh, this is kind of going at a clip. I should self-identify as Eurasian. Sounds much more interesting. Yeah, I mean, I've read a book that's interesting that there's a cultural movement in Russia, too. And it's both, like, an actual cultural movement and also an arm of propaganda to not identify as European, but instead identify as Eurasian. or like being and owning the land between two continents as a sort of basis for justifying like a Russian exceptionalism type of thing, which is a little bit interesting. But increasingly, Russians do not identify themselves as European. Did we max out Pluto? No, we have like 2 more to go though, so it's not that big a deal. But this is that's on the docket, perhaps. Kind of would be a fan of getting some of that, maybe. Wait, what? I feel like I haven't seen this before, man. Maybe it's... I just haven't been playing in the right region. Is this, like, Europe only? India ain't no sub. India topped Asia. Japanese and the Arabs are much more similar than the Arabs and the Egyptians. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know about that because I don't know about it, not because I like disagree, but I'm disagreeing politely. I think we're into just getting the anti decay, to be honest. Oh, we ain't passing shit. Actually, I think this is a must-get-through type of thing. So maybe we actually just change our law over this. Continent is used to describe landmasses so large that they have more categorical use than geographic. I feel like, generally speaking, though, the way it's taught in schools is that this is just, like, on the basis of, like, some objective, like... It's the big landmass type thing that is, like, geological basis, but also... I only went to one elementary school, right? Kind of also don't want to just randomly lose progress, so I guess maybe we do this. Take the 12 stab hit on the chin. And then we maybe get to click through some other things too. I don't think we're going to tax exempt, so we can address complaints. Looks like maybe we don't get anything through. We can almost improve their opinion of us. It's going to make things cheaper. This is also a really nice thing about us having Lombard and the biggest Lombard guy as our ally and the biggest Median guy, and then having our subject be this. We use the subject to improve cultural opinion, and then we're using the other stuff to improve that opinion. We have a CB on Morocco. I don't want to fight into, like, infinite tribal levies right now, though. Mostly a cultural distinction. Personally, I have no beef with it. Some people make the distinction of North and South America being 2 separate continents. Yeah, I'm okay with it just being a cultural division, but I just like, I don't know. I've interacted with some people who act like it's an objective, like, way of dividing or something like this. If you're going to split Eurasia in half, also splitting it right here, like, makes less sense than, like, splitting it, like, actually in half and half. I guess it makes more sense when you say acknowledge that it's a cultural divide, but I feel like people don't acknowledge that it's like a cultural divide. I like 100% don't care if it's a cultural divide. The defining feature of Eurasia is the steppe, and that dictates a huge amount of European/Chinese history. Can't believe they downgraded Pluto to a continent. Isn't Pluto like smaller than Asia? Pluto's like... Pluto barely even exists, man. That clarifies things a little bit for us, that we're not going to get to do the thing. Yeah, I think we want the royal censure thing. Oh, we also kind of want a CB, dog. I hate that we actually, like, want to click that, but it is what it is. And then we're letting this tick until the next age hits. I think we can do some of this. We'll call the Papal States in. So the Papal States will hire a bunch of mercs and run over everyone. It's our favorite. We will be able to separate piece both these guys and probably get pretty good things going on. I forgot that we already ganked them both for the markets. What do you need to farm Italy? A whole lot. I've seen that debate on Prussia regarding... Oh, like Prussian exceptionalism or this type of thing? Yeah, I mean, like, a lot of cultures and countries have some special story as to why they're different than everyone else, but the truth is humanity is humanity. Did you watch Playmaker's newest video on Bohemia? I don't really watch EU5 content at all. But I've not seen it, nor had it referenced to me. Which is probably, like, the more significant thing. I've not had it, like, referenced to me in any sort of way. Surely the Papal States start doing something. I guess we want to go after Venice first, maybe? With our stack? Back in my days, Pluto was a dog. That's what I'm saying. It's fucking epic. I watched him do it live and still watch the video. Oh, I think I caught, like, a couple minutes of him... I forgot what the hook was, or what the shenanigans were. He flipped, like... He went, like, Turkish, though, right? Did he go boho into biz? To form Italy, we need, like, 150 more locations. 170. Big reason why there's a distinction between Europe and Asia continents is because both continents are kind of known world for many millennia, and neither are really coming into contact. That's... yeah. That seems fair. My issue is less with the categorical difference and more with just how I feel it gets framed, typically. I don't want to get trapped. on the capital. Do they not have a navy? Yeah, I don't want to, I don't want to get trapped on there. We'll maybe see if we can wipe out Genova's army. Unless Venice wants to poke their head out. It's like they're poking their head out, but that's with a lot of mercs, man. And Papal States looks like they're going to deal with, yeah, that. Just wondering where Genoa's going off to. Pluto's smaller than Australia? Yeah. Everything taught to me by the state is objective and essentialist truth. Big true. At least Eurasia, Africa was based on seas around Greece. Yeah, I mean... it's a very Eurocentric geographical point to choose the division, which makes sense considering it was like Europeans or Westerners who made the division. Nice. I think it's actually cheaper for us to just eat the penalty, even if we're researching something from this age. Or eat, like, 2 months of getting nothing. Where is the fleet, man? Maybe we should just siege this. So many professionals. It's time to do the procedure. Okay. What is everyone's favorite procedure to do? Also, the UI here is like, it lies to you in terms of like how many... It visually set... I think whatever number it says is the actual number you're hiring, but it looks like you're hiring less. I really wish you could pick where you want the units to pop out. So we're gonna catch this guy outside. We get cultural hedge. Unfortunately, we don't finish this war before then. It's gonna make things more expensive. I'm gonna double check. Someone was... I had a discussion with someone. Yeah, okay. Who was this? Who told me that this modifier was 25% in the comments section. I thought it was 50%. Unsubscribed from harsh Pluto facts. The truth hurts. I think that mercs are still sufficiently good. And the building construction efficiency is real good. Trade sea efficiency would be nice, though. Overseas trade is also, like, the most attractive, like, thing in here. Adaptability is also nice. I don't think there's Diplo rep in the dip section, if I recall correctly. I think that's the previous stage. Yeah, we're just gonna go with that then. Definitely worth a watch, my hippie beam. I feel like everyone near Anatolia does the Rise of the Turks thing. I mean, technically, like, everyone should do it, but it's, like, just a bit of, like, silliness. Do you think initiative is more useful the smaller the combat width is? Yes, I think. Because, yes, because you can get more over-rolling. Because the amount that you of rolls you have is limited by how many guys are in, how much frontage you have. When you have high frontage, what ends up being the case is that when you have like one spot remaining, like if you have 11 frontage, then that means when you have 10 guys engaged, that 11 guys get to roll into the front. And because there's more guys getting to roll into the front, we maybe should have played that a little bit differently. I don't know who's the attacker. We're the attacker? Yeah, it's probably bad. Oh no, he's the attacker. JK, we're so smart and handsome and good at this game. But the idea is that you get an amount of rolls from the box to engage equal to frontage, and so the bigger this number is, the more you hit spots where, like, you are just one frontage shy. Like, when you're on 10 engaged and you have 11 frontage, you're just one shy, but you get 11 rolls. And so the quantity of rolls means that initiative is less important, yeah? Because it's not the case that you get to roll just one when you have 11, when you have one spot available, and you have 10 already engaged, you only get one from the box, so you still get 11 rolls from the box. Is my understanding of how this works. And this is something I noticed, like, very closely before release. Before release, the way that it worked is you got unlimited rolls, and you would just overstack the box and completely invalidate initiative. And this is what I was doing. And this was even overstacking the box was even going to be in, like, I had it in the outline for, like, the official tutorials for the game, but then it wasn't WAD. So, yeah. Should mercs get a wind-up time like in Imperator? Seems so fast to spawn. I think mercs should be a panic button. They should be kind of fast to spawn. Ban that guy? Which guy? Field Medic's stamp of misapproval. Oh, Field Medic, I'm glad you're here. I noticed you contributed to the charity, like, off stream. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated, my guy. Streamer fights with his chat always. Chat, you lied. Chat, streamer, you listen. Yeah, he believed because I listened, or like, what is it, like, he lied, she's hurt because she believed, he's hurt because, or he's not hurting because he lied or something. I forget the meme. It's not a meme. It's like an angsty. Not. It's not angsty, but it's angsty, but it's not necessarily wrong. So it's complicated. What's going on here? Word reached us that philosopher of the two Sicilies produced a study on the origin of the donation of Constantine, deeming it a forgery. The scholars and humanists of the state believe that the expose to be genuine. This gives the best chance to strike the papal states to try and decrease their influence. We could condemn them. Oh, 20 spiritualists. Ugh. We've spent so long pushing this humanist, man. Pushing what we can. Really, it's more of a next stage type of thing. Oh, we need to stop. Oh, we took so many months of not getting any research. We meant to do this right away. God damn it. I got distracted. Okay, I think we go right for paved roads. Into these. But, like, if we accepted continents or cultural, we need to make some appropriate changes. I mean, I'm okay with the argument that the convention, we have separations now, and we could just, like, leave it, but if you were doing it from scratch, then, yeah, not do it like this, necessarily. Hashtag not like this. I think we overhired the mercs. It's not that big a deal, though. We will just get to have two stack. Like, we get to finish this war faster, so there's that. And we get to play faster. Like, we would be babysitting our stack if we didn't have the mercs. And we preserve some of our pops, so. We also just have gobs of cash, so. Can you do guided meditation where we defeat the loud car inside all of us? Well, I reject the presupposition, or the assumption behind such question, which is that there's merely one loud car inside of you. Inside of you are two loud cars. Which one wins? The one that you honk at. Yeah. Inside of you, oh my god, you've the exact same joke I did. Inside of you are two loud cars, one is loud, the other is an ambulance. Big true. There could be a tall task since the discussion borders, the cutoff points is already pretty vague. It varies a lot when it comes to educational sources. I mean, I think I would be okay with just actually making it like. Actually, I'm okay with the status quo, but like, if you're doing it from scratch, I would want Eurasia to just be one continent. Mercs being also, I think when the distinction was made, they didn't understand continents at that point in time, like, geologically speaking. Or they didn't understand, like, plate tectonics, so. Hard to fault them too much. We can, but it's hard. Very welcome, thank you, thank you. Is there a charity? There is a charity. It's raised through my Twitch. The charity is... It's a Ukrainian charity. I forget the exact name of it. Here, I can find this. Find this. Oh no, I opened my YouTube. So the charity is the Ukrainian Freedom Fund. They help to support the fighting that is going on in Ukraine through... I believe they give some amount of aid that is, like, non-lethal in nature in terms of military aid. So, like, stuff like drones, which drones don't kill people. You know, the grenades they drop do. So you can't give, like, ammunition, you can't give guns, this type of thing, but you can give supplies, stuff like this. The charity that I did last year was more focused on that. This one also involves bringing in a lot more humanitarian stuff as well, and bringing in educational, things bringing in experts to help consult military, and also one of the things they did somewhat recently is landmine reduction. Why don't we pull them up for just a second? But we do have a fundraiser going through the Twitch currently, so we can pull up their website here. But we have been ongoing with this one. Double our donation. We did match when we were doing our stream on it, but they are supporting with multiple kind of things. You could choose your cause or choose which campaign to donate to, and they also outline some of their stuff, and this is what we were talking about with the mine safety. Removal of mines, and also education for children so that they don't get their limbs blown off, because generally that's preferable to not happen. You have some reports of various things that they've done, I think. Not sure exactly what is in there. Here we have some of their press release stuffs if you wanted to check out the types of things they're doing. But this, for example, was they tracked the data of people who, or like companies that had gotten education from outside consultants that they paid to have come in. And the casualty rate was significantly lower, for example. But yeah, this one was rough. I read that on stream. That was... We're not doing that again. And so, yeah. I think local mercs can spawn fast, but importing mercs from half a world away appears under a month seems strange. I think I agree with you on that, yeah. Local mercs should be fast, far away mercs should maybe take a while. I think you should be able to hire mercs from far away, but yeah, you... More like, as the war goes on, mercs from some areas, like, shift to other areas as it's going to look like there's going to be a thing ongoing. How does tolerance of heathens and heretics effectively work? Well, it gives you +5 satisfaction, basically, in a location. So we look at Tuscan Catholic nobles. You see tolerance of Catholicism giving it +5. And then we have 1 religious tolerance. So for every religious tolerance, you get 5 satisfaction. But, important to note, this effectively is not helpful if they're already at 100 satisfaction, which I think is under-considered. So, like, in an instance where we have satisfaction, and the satisfaction is low, but it's low because one group is kind of holding it back, adding 5%, or adding 1 additional religious tolerance isn't going to bring up your average by 5%, if a bunch of contributions to what's going on are already capped. So, like, for example, these guys account for, like, 10% of the population here. If we increase their satisfaction by 5%, that doesn't do anything. So, if we were to get an extra religious tolerance, the satisfaction in this location would go up by, like, 4.5% or 4%. Something like this. Is spiritualists all that bad, considering the clergy privilege exists, at least? Forgot its name. The one that gives, well, we want it because it's going to help with culture conversion. Speaking of, we could also get on assimilate area. I don't think... Tuscany, I think, is mainly Tuscan, so we don't need to assimilate. But we will be assimilating even pops that we accept for the purposes of making that acceptance cheaper. When will there be a loud car counter? We maybe do want this. Gotta set up some type of bot on Twitch or something. YouTube doesn't have as good tools for that. Sevilla spawns the new world. Hot diggity damn, man. It's been forever since we've seen it spawn in Sevilla. It feels like they never get it. Can you donate loud cars to them? Yes. So you're not sending children to the mines? Jesus Christ. Oh, not like this. Not like this. No, I mean, that's a good one. It just, yep, nope, that's, the joke is good. I'm with it on the joke thing, it's just painful, too. But, oh, man. Oh, God. Opinion on the ambition update being delayed. I think it's good. I think it's, like, disappointing but good. Like, I definitely want them to fully cook mechanics if they can, and that's the feedback they've received, and that's what they're doing, so I'm happy about this. You know? My Sharona. Nice. Oh, we maybe need to build more units, but we do spawn printing press ourselves, so that's gonna be nice for us. And it's gonna spread faster to the market center, which is here. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, okay, it is there. Wait. There we go, printing press. And once it's there, it's gonna spread to the entirety of here. You're for the mines? No, I mean, it's... the problem is like, I was just like 10 seconds or like 2 minutes ago thinking about the stories of like the teenagers in Ukraine who like talk about like thinking about their parents dying. And it's like, it's rough. So like, in terms of like association, like normally I'm a fan of the dark humor and I can like kind of separate, a little bit better, let's say, like kind of what's going on, and like the separation was like not there as much, so instead there was just pain. All right, we're gonna get food over here. Well, we really don't have any navy levies? What the hell is that? Cairo gets pike and shot. We are going to do this because we just want the Diplo rep. We actually don't care about the mercs. Trying to protect our pops a little bit. To be fair... maybe we just detach the mercs, and then march off here to someplace where we have food. Yeah, I think I'm into this. Let the mercs starve. Not us. You didn't hesitate when you did it in Pal World. Yeah, but Pal World I'm like... yep, nope, you're right. We do like the dark humor in Pal World. There's also a law that gives an assimilation rate that combined clergy privilege was good enough for me. I also have cabinet action, seems assimilation. I'm not concerned about our level of assimilation as much as our subjects that we release. The subjects that we release get our same values, and then they have the 50% malice, and then they're generally accepting their own culture, so they get minus 125%. And so when we release them and then flip them to our culture, they're maybe not as useful as they could otherwise be. Occupied by the Papal States. You gonna flip that to us? Thanks, bud. Alright. So what are we doing here? I think no matter what, we're getting Treviso. So we can redeclare on these guys. And then we want to connect Treviso. So we could do this. They're not a fan of it because they're disconnected, so we could do this and then feed it to Treviso. Alternatively, we could just feed Treviso just one location and integrate this ourselves. I think I'm kind of into that. And then go with war reparations. And okay, they don't want the heat yet. Kind of wild. Okay. There's gonna be a big chunk of end tag. It's gonna be a big chunk of end tag because everything's more expensive now. Because we have Hegemon. They weren't the original target in the war, but we still want their clay. Alright, I think we do this. And then someone wanted us to take land over here. We can't unless we occupy it. Not that close to occupying it. I believe it's because it's subjects' land anyways. So if we annex Geneva, we get it all. This stuff's gonna be real expensive, though. Well, it's kind of not on the end tag. Is there a chance we could just full annex them? I guess that's probably what we want to do. Alright, what are the issues? Potential problems. Verona hates it, the other guy's gone, and then we have a hodgepodge of these guys in Italy who don't like it. Who are just Milanese subjects. So I think we're into doing that and then getting all the subjects. Okay, how come you don't know that you're getting annexed? Because you're not. Where's this? Now you should really hate it because nothing more would disappear. Got it. Where's the Chisos province? Oh, we're grabbing stuff over here? Oh, we could just feed that to the subject over there. We're getting Smyrna. And know about subjects inheriting values? Yeah, they get your values, laws, privileges, etc. So, yeah, from just your perspective, I think I'm with you. I feel like I'm forgetting something here, but I think we just let it rip. And this works for us. We get a bunch of subjects. And we get stuff to integrate with our cab action. Papal States wants to break an alliance. Not a whole bunch we could do about that. But also think we're kind of into it. Maybe. Not exactly the timing we would want just yet. We'll allow slave religion, which I think prevents them from promoting, but more importantly, it gives us humanist progress. We don't want to leave that in and accidentally become Diplo-Hedge. Because Diplo-Hegemon, unfortunately, makes us actually worse at diplomacy. Yeah. Honestly, go for a humanist much more often if I didn't have to push for it, didn't have such few sources. Once you get H4, there's a ton of sources from events. It's like really easy to push from events, but... So the frontage modifier always rounds down. Does that mean you will only get it on flat plains? I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, I think it effectively always rounds down. But you're going to have multiple sources of frontage. I think it might vary based on the terrain. The way that the game used to work was a little bit different, but now it's not. Okay, we're integrating Ferrara, and then we have a few other places we want to integrate by hand. Let's do some of our diplomacy, though. Create subjects, historical subject, this guy. Vassal, cool. And then we will give him one location. Subject X, seed location here. The other stuff we'll integrate manually. And then Istria, I think we're going to actually give them the provinces. We've kind of been holding off because I think they've integrated stuff now. We're going to cede them Lika. And yeah, as long as it's not giving them the market capital, we'll cede them those things. They can integrate that because we're going to be integrating this stuff over here. Create subjects, historical subject. We want these guys. Who is this? What? Oh, maybe it's trying to release Geneva? So we're trying to release Torres. County of Torres. Do want to be a little bit precise with this. Is there another one that's Sardinian? No, it doesn't look like it. Alright. And we'll give them the other location inside of their province. I think we integrate this ourselves. So I don't... Is there Corsica? I think it's close enough to our capital. We just want to integrate it. I think we want to do a mixed strategy, so we'll do that. But then Ayudin, we're going to cede them this. So this will be our setup. And then Geneva, we do have a mod that affects naval governor potential, but I think we can just use our regular governor here. Should be good. I think we're going to move one of these governors. Actually, let's use our naval governor there. Which, since we have a road there, we would not be allowed to, but I think this rule is silly, so that's why we're using the mod. And then we could do our other governor to here. And normally we'd not be allowed to draw a road through our subjects, so what we'll do is we will build a road here and then here. which otherwise we would kind of need to do, so. And then I think that's good for us in terms of the setup. Is it okay to build economy on RGOs first, 100 years later on buildings? You should focus on whatever makes the most money for you first, which is very often RGOs, but it's generally RGOs and buildings in the capital, not just pure RGOs. Upgrade some of these to city. This one, but we don't want to upgrade something to city if it's not core. What are you doing? What are you doing, Dimmy? Why do we have the Dimmy? Where are you? Foreign buildings. I thought they removed this bug. So the Dimmy is going to be, we have buildings in Aiden's territory, but I'm trying to troubleshoot and figure out exactly which one it is. Also want to write this down. This has been, I thought they fixed this. Getting Dimmy as Catholic. Good old Catholic Dimmy. What's your mod list? It's pretty short. It is the construction manager mod. It is a no Navy attrition mod from winter. I think it's like no roads or something like this, or road requirements, removed road requirements, which is what's affecting the governor, and then better maritime presence map mode, because the we really have 0 maritime presence here? Change to Liguarian. So it's buildings these guys owned. Did generals flip Sunni by accident? Rulers crypto Sunni. Foreign buildings get worked by local pops. And if you have buildings in Sunni nations, you get Dhimmi. Yeah, but I tried to replicate this like pretty close to release and was not able to. But yeah, it's because we have buildings where there are Catholics working in a country where the Catholics are Dhimmi, so we have... I'm assuming it's our Sunni subject. I'm assuming this guy's Sunni. Oh, he's not. But we inherited some buildings from someone. I'm thinking it's Geneva. In an overseas Muslim country. If so, I mean, you always want to do an embassy to turn on the estate. Make our humanist push easier. We don't care about tolerance of heathens because we don't really have any. But hello, nurse. Max tax for noble estate for nothing. We will say yes to that dress. Now, if we lose this, it's a bit unfortunate, but we'll also not tax the dhimmi at all because we don't make money. Are they in Trebizond? Who's got the buildings, dog? Dhimmi just casually bazingaing a whole nation's estate balance due to one trade office in Anatolia? Bazam! Shazam! Plus 10%. So this has been increased by 25%, so plus 25 income. Let's go, baby. Maybe up near Kaffa? Maybe. Well, these are Catholic too. I'm guessing it's somewhere in the Ottomans. We're gonna up this a little bit because I want to be getting diplomats. Oh, I forgot to do an emergency parliament. I'm bad. I should feel bad. Not like this. This is the worst. Until we integrate this area, we don't want to urbanize it. What? Oh, we just actually have enough to build them everywhere. Thought we had deleted that. I guess not. You can check the pop lizard, and you can filter where they are. I think you're right. So every time it changes what pop type, we're just gonna pause and check. Because we're expecting to see just one dhimmi pop group. So every time these guys change the guard. Slaves. These guys would not be dhimmi because they're located in Geneva. No, it doesn't show a state. It's showing profession, right? We need to show a state. I'm guessing they have low literacy. Ah! Alexandria. Country currently does not exist. The plot thickens, actually. Does this only work if we annex a country? But yeah, these guys are Demi. The guys who are employed here are going to be Demi. Were to disband specific buildings and specify some cities for certain production, usually you don't want to delete buildings unless you're at cap, because the buildings still give the potential pop promotions, so you just want to close them instead of deleting them. Good night, Happy Chef. Maybe the estates overview says it. It unfortunately doesn't, but we also have more than that. We know that they're in foreign buildings, is all. It actually would have been faster for us to just, like, try and identify where our foreign buildings are, but was trying to do that. These are foreign buildings in our nation, I think, is the problem with the way the filters are working. Not overseas foreign buildings. Did they fix trade offices draining your capital's population? Not as far as I know, so that's one of the reasons we kind of don't want to build them. Also, I just think marketplaces, until you've spammed out all the marketplaces you can build, I think marketplaces are probably just better, but it is tempting to get maritime presence elsewhere with them. How long have we been going? Maybe look to wrap it up, have a kind of shorter-ish stream, because I want to work on some videos today. I think we try and improve opinion with the Papal States if we can. Maybe that wasn't good. Oh! Timmy maybe is going to give the Ottomans a tension headache. I think they might be dead anyways, just annexed by Milan. Reduced to atoms. I think that we maybe want allies for like one more rotation, being able to improve cultural opinion. About the quarter of the way annexed on these guys. Didn't we just get that message? Or is that's underway and now it's constructed? A little spammy. Maybe we should hamburger menu that to make that not happen. Kind of just want more burgers there, is an issue we're having here. Wait, what happened to us having 100 control everywhere? Do we have less satisfaction? We had 100 control in a bunch of these locations. Satisfaction's low. Okay, so it's probably the peasant satisfaction giving us -5 control. We did... God, it's so silly we have the Demi estate. We don't have... We would need more push to serfdom to be able to put in more stuff to make the peasant happy. As prior, but I don't know if it answered. Are we doing more Morocco again? I love your Morocco run the best. Probably not. The the first 50 videos do way better, and I specifically also want to record... The thing is, like, run episodes, I can almost record, like, 2 tutorials in the time it takes me to do 1 run episode. It takes a long time. Started to get big in your Hungary game, was scared for a bit too. Yeah. Trade offices are nice since they extend Diplo range. You could use them to get fleet spacing rights in Europe for institutions if you're in Asia. Like, the overseas trade office is crappy, but it has very lax building requirements. Yeah. Well, yeah, good for that, I suppose. So their control is going to go up. Their control is also going to go up. If we controlled more of the subcontinent... I mean, we're about to control this entire subcontinent. Composer, what's their bonus? Kind of into that. So I think we want to accept Liguarian right now, if we have the capacity to do it. We have 1.2 available. That is far cheaper. I think they have to be above 2% for us to accept? No? Yeah. But we could tolerate. That'll be a little bit better. Oh, there's like none of them. Alright, fair. And we'll be able to use the simulate area. Wouldn't be very good right now. Let's actually maybe check our bailiff action, what we could do. Realize we haven't checked in a while, and I think we were not sure, yeah, what we were doing with some of these. If that's not a farmland, yeah, hills, forests, yeah. The urbanization on, like, the rougher terrain is not going to be as good because it's not going to have as much dev, so the value we get from the RGO becomes, like, proportionally higher. Do you do games on very hard? No, because I feel like, it's more standardized to not do it on very hard. We can flip Turkish, everyone! I don't think we're flipping Turkish. We're actually going to lose our ability to ally France. It's maybe something we have to keep in mind. Because I just realized the Italian Wars is going to fire at some point. Paved roads is so good. It's gonna be especially good for us because we chose to be landlocked because RP, but it's like no good. How is this the map mode, man? What? I mean, I like this better, but why is this the map mode? Okay, yeah. Normally, it doesn't show you. Interesting. Yeah, we could have spawned in there. Forgot that we did explore this stuff. We maybe should have colonized it too. Probably too late. We'll try and get some of this in. If it's not. Modern roads is where the game just gets silly, the amount of control you can get. Yeah, because it increases, like, non-linearly. It's... I don't know, I feel like a lot of the reps and a lot of the feedback on the game is actually just from the first 100, 150 years. And, like, because that's mostly what people play, but there's, like, the eco just gets... I mean, like, the eco basically goes off the rails in age... I say the eco goes off the rails, like we haven't just been like over-capped on money like this entire time, but the eco really goes off the rails, I think, in age 3, so we're not that far off. But in age 3 specifically, like when you hit this power spike where you're unlocking like your first workshops. And you also get the books output, the lumber output, and the iron output. I feel by, like, early 1500s, it's, like, hard not to be popping off. Why does land get better endgame? Never understood. I mean, that's kind of historic and intentional. But it gets better because Railroad is so good. Railroad, relative to the previous road, cuts the proximity cost in half. I feel dirty doing it, but flipping a culture that starts with high cultural influence, day 0, makes a lot of things better. It's a little silly, but it's gonna be good, yeah. The last age or two is so unbalanced, but that's because no one gets there, was my actual reason in the survey I gave for #1 request being a new bookmark. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff like later on that's like weird. Also, like, I think these shouldn't employ laborers. There should be like a new pop type that is in the peasant estate, but has consumption rates that are actually meaningful instead of laborers. I think that you might just like collapse your economy. Well, actually, you just do the weird trade circles and you just make fine cloth, and fine cloth is just tremendously ubiquitous, but... Okay. I mean, we would maybe want that area urbanized. We do want that area urbanized, so that's not the end of the world. It will make us integrate slower. Wait, why are we even looking at it? We can just pay money. We have money. This tax efficiency probably gives us more money. It's looking like the best one. Monthly prestige 0.5 for 10 years. What? What? I guess we're just... I guess we're just gonna have 100 prestige, chat. We'll click this, because these guys are upset already. Just double check. Okay, we don't have the things. In theory, also, if we had a bunch of satisfaction on any of them, we could maybe rein them in. Also, shout out to this guy being immortal because we have artists. Maybe we fire off some of our artists at this point. We get cap economy here to a new height. We're now over 50 on the cap economy. I don't think we can click another button here. Wouldn't mind giving out a marketplace, but... This might be our next war. It's gonna be sometime away, so I think we're kind of chillin'-ish. Choo-choo? We get a... Okay. I don't think we're resolving sand anytime soon. Should get a few roads going here. To some key places. Oh, this is so silly. Alright, we still have our allies here. We would like to ally Hungary as well. I think they don't like that we could be the target of coalition. They don't hate it that much. They're just really not into being our friend. Oh, just like all the kids back at school. Not like this. Just goes to the level of, what are we doing here? This doesn't make sense. Yeah, I mean, you just like... There's too many things that are like... There's too many things where it's just completely like divorced from... Like, they're just not connected to other things. Which means that things get off the rails like very, very quickly. Like, increasing the amount of prod efficiency you can get by being able to build more buildings... And then you're increasing all these things that multiply with each other all simultaneously as you go on through time and the ages and this type of thing. And it makes it, yeah, just get off the rails like really, really hard. Especially because like when you increase proximity, you're not increasing it like just linearly, because when you get to travel one additional location, you don't get, in terms of distance, like from... Florence, when we get to travel to here and then one further, we're actually gaining these two locations in terms of values, so it's exponential. Really hated how H5 buildings have one singular PM, even the tier 2 buildings has a gazillion PMs with breweries. Yeah. Just dump all your money into upgrading roads. We could. I'm not sure that this is, like, correct to do, like, immediately. We kind of want the estates to pay for them. Because that is one of the better things that the estates will pay for. I think that piece makes some sense, though. Because I think that's where our harbor is. Actually, so maybe we do it also to here. Three governors feels kind of hot. Feels a little like a spicy meatball. I hope they find a way to slow down the eco. The stockpile change, they tried. The stockpile change was a weird way of slowing it down. Like, they could just... So, right now, you get so much free value off of prod efficiency. Okay, so, like, the buildings are supposed to be, like, the buildings in Age 1 buildings, so guilds, are 110% efficient. Okay, so they have an input of 1, and then they have an output of 1.1, roughly speaking. And so, if we take a look at the Tailors Guild... Actually, let's take a look at a different building. A building that doesn't have dual PMs. But if we take a look at a Spinners Guild, like at base rates, what we have going on is this is 2.5. This is actually very efficient, or relatively efficient. This is 120%. And this has an output of 3. So, in terms of base price, it's going up by 20%, right? And then this is going up from 2... right, to 2.4. So actually roughly 20% efficiency. Wait, I thought they said they nerfed this ish to... Let's check a different building. Okay, tools guilds. Let's look at the patch notes. They didn't actually change it. It was 120% before. The point I was going to make is that prod efficiency brings it from 120% to 130%. And the way that prod efficiency works is that base efficiency is actually not that meaningful. What's meaningful is actually the output level. But it looks like they rolled this... When did they roll this back? Or maybe they changed it and then they rolled it back, and they rolled it back along with the stockpile changes? This was an issue. Their patch notes, like, they just, like, copy and paste, like, the entire thing. And so anything that was in the beta that they rolled back still made it in the regular patch notes. Like, the fact that they were going to do this stockpile thing made it in the patch notes. That's not the one. The other one made it into the patch notes. Where's the other one? I think they may have rolled it back at some point. Well, it was generally kind of punishing if you... Or mathematically, it makes base buildings not very good if you don't have prod efficiency. But the way that you should be playing... Or it should be playing. The way that, like... it's efficient to play is you really want to go after prod efficiency. But yeah, like, if your inputs aren't cheap and if your inputs are slightly more expensive than your outputs and the base efficiency isn't very high, then you could get forced underwater and you can't build the thing. And it simulates, I think the real way to slow it down, though, is if you aren't consuming something you make, stockpiling, driving down price, It's a better simulation. I think the stockpile driving down prices, it just makes everything, it turns off the urban economy, mechanically speaking. Because it pushes everything to an equilibrium where it doesn't make any profit. And from a gameplay perspective, this is just like a non-starter. From a realism perspective, the way that prices are calculated is just not how it is in IRL, because it's not. In game, it's calculated as a ratio, with some fiddliness in math, but the supply and demand ratio, like IRL, supply and demand are always equal. Or quantity demanded and quantity supplied are equal. And what differs is that if the demand curve shifts and more things are supplied, then more things will be demanded, but they will be demanded at a lower price. And, like, you can't... The problem is this is in terms of calculation, this is too difficult. This is not performative. So this is like an abstraction to make the prices make sense. We already have a system where if you're oversupplying things, the price drops, right? In terms of supply and demand, stockpiling reduces prices makes sense, but for gameplay, every single good collapse the price of post-scarcity economy did not feel right. Yeah. Spreadsheets? Not like this. That's why you may need to change other things a bit while implementing stockpiles, driving things down. I played a lot that patch. It felt good to build your demand. I mean, the burger buildings just didn't make any, like, money. It was just, you would expand RGOs only. I actually like that patch. Made raw materials access much more impactful. It basically made it so you made zero money from anything other than RGOs. Which, like, it seems like, I think that's kind of backwards. Like, the notion that these sprawling urban things just exist to support, the financial prowess of all of the, rural locations, and that's where the real money is, like, then why are, like, it's not like, they're not like the centers of economic activity are actually all the rural places. Like, it just doesn't make sense. I feel like every time I watch a video of you're a republic, is that just playstyle? Or out of monarchy, theocracy, republic is just the best to play with? So I think theocracy is probably the best. In our England run, we were going theocracy. In our Moroccan run, we flipped republic because we were planning on colonizing and because I wanted to highlight specifically an exploit, and here we're just a republic because we started a republic and we wanted to play in Italy, and Italy tends to have a lot of republics. I do think that I want to do a monarchy run where I try pushing centralization and go for personal unions and this type of stuff, but that's probably on the back burner a little bit. Did cause some fun things with slow eco. You can make money scamming the AI with payday loans. Now they're rich again and don't need loans. Until all those stacking modifiers you get late game, it drove into profitable. I did it. It was very fun. Yeah. I mean, I agree that the economy should be slowed down, but I think the way to do it is, like, intuitively the first thing that, like, comes to mind is just cutting all the production efficiency modifiers in half. Generalist Burger confirmed bias. Keef's saying goodbye. Bye, Keef's. Or are you saying hello? You're just waving. Pacifist Austria when? I was thinking Pacifist Bohemia. Might be what we were thinking of. I wish I could see when he arrives, like, what type of artist he was. He's not particularly competent, but he is giving us research progress. Probably think that the research progress is worth, yeah, the guy. Where's government reform? on the other side of the tree. Yeah, it is. Okay, but economy didn't go boom IRL, partially because you can't see markets IRL the way you see in-game. I mean, they didn't go boom because, like, there wasn't, like... mass production wasn't, like, a thing. There was no, like, consumption economy. There was, like, a lack of demand. And it's just very, very efficient to create demand. I mean, maybe from looking at the stockpile thing as, like, being insufficient demand to match the supply, maybe that's a way to look at it. There was basically, like, historically, there was basically zero growth. Kind of tempted to embrace this just for the research speed at this point. I think it spreads reasonably quickly, though, to a couple more locations. Maybe we could just let that go through. Consumption economy might have existed in Italy. There was no mass market in Italy. Italy's notable for having, like, the first instance of being able to, like, mass produce a good. Like, the first, like, factory thing. But it never scaled because there was no mass market. So, like, or, like, the first, like, automated, like, mechanical thing that could produce a whole bunch of stuff. And it produced fabric, but it never scaled and it never expanded because there was not sufficiently, like, large market. The thing is like, before the Industrial Revolution, peasants basically made their own goods. And the key thing of the Industrial Revolution was the shift to mass markets where peasants, instead of making their own goods, bought from a market, which made the production of mass quantities of goods profitable, which made automation profitable. Before, automation wasn't profitable because the people you would sell to would be, like, nobles class, and they don't need 50 hats. They want a really nice hat. And so more, like, not bespoke, but, like, more singular produced by a single artisan type goods was more profitable. If you produce 50 hats that are cheap hats, who are you going to sell all the hats to? Nobody. And so you need to have this market available, and then once it's available, it's, like, self-sustaining because this moves everyone to the cities, and then they get the city jobs, and then they can't make their own subsistence. Like, I cannot go outside and go with an axe and chop a bunch of firewood because people own all the shit in all the places where I would chop firewood. So if I want firewood, I have to go buy it from someone. Right? If my ability to make my own stuff is no longer, like, present. I can buy things with which to make my own stuff. Like, I could buy fabric and then make my own clothes, but I'm not, I don't have a bunch of sheep in my garage, and I'm shearing them, and then I'm spinning my own cloth and, like, this type of thing. Right, K-shaped economy. Burger needed 50 hats, though, in Italy. No, there still weren't enough. Like, I mean, that might be why Italy got, like, the first, like, bits of automation, like, were actually, like, a massive textile factory in Italy. I can't remember the name of it. I think it was, like, in the 1600s or the 1500s, something like this. Like, the first, like, thing that could be called, like, a factory or automation or, like, this type of thing. Like, an automated loom. Something like this. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna find it. If it interests people, I could maybe look it up. I have a book that discusses it. It would make it a meaning decision to subsidize something for the government to create the good, to give peasant people jobs, create demand. But this just... I think you're barking up the wrong tree. From a video game perspective, when someone, like, loads in the game and then they, like... they create a building, they want that building to, like, create money, right? Like, you're talking about, like... Okay, just imagine a complete newbie who is coming from Total War type game, and then they want to make some money, so they build some textile factories, and then the textile factories just don't make any money, and then they just stare at them, and they're like, what's going on? Like, from a gameplay perspective, like, the complete collapse of the urban economy, like, just... it's like such... it's a non-starter. But from, like, a simulation perspective, GDP did not, like, go up at all in the 100 years following the start of the game. Here in my garage with my new sheep. S-tier reference. But you want to know what I really care about? Knowledge. Here in my garage in the Hollywood Hills with my new sheep. Just joined Steam, and the first thing I hear journalists wanting to chop firewood is lock sheep outside his garage. Yeah, I mean, just normal stream. Standard, really. So we're gonna get the cabinet action. What are we gonna do with that cabinet action? Okay, you're right, I take it all back. Yeah, like... you just, like... you can't do it from a gameplay perspective. If you're trying to simulate the time period, basically no matter what you do, you shouldn't make any more money. But, like... Nobody wants that in their video game. We don't have any traits on any of these guys. I think we're gonna... I think if things are, like... I think that tending to have a bias towards older people when, like, nobody's really good is the way to go. That way they churn faster in case something becomes good. But we're gonna actually increase province control in here. I think that there's a decent amount of wealth, and our maximum control is 74. And I think we're gonna try and get some of these other places up a little bit. How are we doing with this? What does the harbors look like? Oh, we want this guy to die. I thought he was on the boat this whole time. We'll put him on the boat. We'll put him on the boat, because I think we have... The guy who was the really good successor is actually probably dead. Holy... the guy we want is already dead. It would be like being a capitalist in medieval Europe. It's already kind of like that, but like now, like... economies should maybe start way bigger and just like not really grow a whole lot. Hey, he died instantly. Look at that. Look at that, he died instantly. Let's go. That's because, life expectancy modifiers. This is, we have another one. You might notice, hey, that doesn't add up to 10. The other one's an artist. All artist modifiers are hidden. But this only applies in locations you own, as far as I understand. You don't own the sea zone, so when you put them out in the ocean, then that's like taking Old Yeller out back. No, wait. You take the horse out back. You don't take Old Yeller out back. Ugh, no, not like this. Basically how SpaceX absorbed Elon's business. When I play Victoria, I have the W-shaped economy. So, we're trying to get Medici's around, but... can't always get what you want, huh? Influential, we'd almost want that to not be a thing. So we'll do that to brick our own cabinet member. That was maybe not so good. And then we'll put the other guy... How far are we from this? Still pretty far. We could try and figure out a way to go from Morocco. I love that this predictor is actually so much better than it used to be. It knows that it's not just about like the levies, it's the fact that or maybe it's just working like incorrectly in the correct way type of thing, but it knows that the tribal levies are just like so gonna dump on whatever we throw out. I take it all back. It's a fun thought though, but not a fun thing to do. Yeah. Practically speaking, like, having the economy stall out for the first 100 years of the game would be a better sim. But, L-shaped economy. Economy should still be slowed down, and agree economic growth was very slow in this period, but it has to have some concession to gameplay. Yeah, I think that maybe the starting economy size is, like, another thing. Like, economies, like, start out non-existing, basically, and then they ramp up really quick. And maybe they should just start out way bigger, and then growth should be way slower. Yeller's my artist, I'll do it. Here's my artist. It's a cabinet trait, it won't apply while he's the ruler. Yeah, but he was the cabinet member, so by making him the ruler, we brick the negative cabinet trait without needing to spend stab or whatever it costs to unslot him. Yeah, I think we're supposed to go after Morocco here. This is going to be a weird war. Or are we? It's going to be so expensive on the gold, but we don't give a shit about gold, do we? Will we turbo run out of food? Probably. I actually don't know how this war goes, and I don't know if we want to start like a really hyper sweat war right before we are looking to end the stream. So I think this actually we might wrap up here with the idea that this war might be okay if we just like dump infinite mercs here. And I mean like all the mercs. And then call our allies. We can also build a fort here, a castle. Players have the historical benefit of hindsight and some understanding of economics. I know overproducing gold and causing inflation is bad. Historical Spain, it was just going to be, darn, I love treasure. Yeah, but right now, overproducing gold isn't even bad. I think having a more realistic medieval economy could be fun if there was more to do with the game besides grow the economy. Yeah, I mean, I think that I would love for internal intrigue to be, like, more of a thing, but that's, I mean, that right now that's more Crusader Kings territory. Before release, I was an absolute massive advocate for, like, making Parliament and the Estates, like, more dynamic and, like, interactive and this type of thing. What's the goal of this run? We want to fight in the Italian Wars and kind of get in on the content a little bit, but I think we're going to wrap up. Just going to kind of answer all the remaining questions. That would be fun in a diplomatic game. Could be fun in concept, but I wonder what there's out there. Like, right now, it feels like one of the issues is it takes too long to, like, move forward in terms of the timeline. like, I think this session we played like 4 hours and we moved forward like 15 years or something. This is a time period more about politics and culture than about economics anyways. Yeah, the economy... The economy being something that the player engages with a lot is actually just maybe, like, from a sim perspective, in terms of your... I like the economy stuff, and I like economy, but from an attention perspective, if you're trying to live in the essence of early modern history, how much of your attention should be on the economy? It should probably be lower than, like, politics and intrigue, yeah. Or, well, the economy existed back then, they just, like, didn't understand how to do things about it. EU5, CK is politics, EU5 is culture, Vic is economy, Hoey is the only war. Yeah, we would need more hooks for culture stuff, though. The thing is, we have an enormous amount of hooks for econ and stuff. And by hooks, I mean, like, we have, like, control, we have, like, development, we have, like, a ton of the game systems, like, relate to economy specifically. Just have to explore Sahara and morale meme the AI. I think that this is winnable just by hiring, like, 8,000 ducats worth of mercs. How do you approach Sky of Scotland reform since you lose it after you have more than 125? Is it 125? I thought it was 200. I mean, it's just not any good. You probably, like, maybe slightly value getting locations less, but, like, it's good, but rating that one's weird. Stellaris is about space. True. Yeah. The only place not corrupted by capitalism. But also this game lets you achieve 100% literacy. Hey man, that would have maybe been doable. Our literacy is sky high. Literacy should go way up, though, well, like... literacy should actually just maybe not stack, like, additively. Like, the math for it should... Like, the first 5% literacy should be really easy to get, and then it should get progressively more difficult to get additional literacy type of thing. I mean, it should maybe have to do with the economic conditions that you have going on. It's maybe the case that, like, peasants should just, like, never get literacy. Like, we're out here with like, a third of our peasants are illiterate. And maybe peasant literacy is just way too abundant. Because all the clerics being literate and the nobles being relatively literate, this makes sense, and also the burghers. But the entire peasant estate, maybe those modifiers are too abundant. And this would also increase the value of, like, if you want to increase a location literacy, getting more burghers is more useful. But peasants just kind of fluff out territory as well. There's almost always going to be, like, a huge amount of unemployed peasants, and they provide value by, like, increasing the max building level, but it's kind of a weird abstraction. Like, population is just, like, population that, like, historically speaking, was just engaged in subsistence activities should just almost do nothing, probably, in locations. But instead, it's incredibly strong. I never look at this map mode. Holy shit, the numbers are way too high. I mean, they're high when the player does it. This is maybe, like, when the AI is doing it, it's maybe a little bit more okay. You get a lot out of, like, just base rate and library, and we also have stuff to increase our maintenance, but, like... Okay, we have library, 5%. Innovative, this is just generic, plus 10%. We have written alphabet and thirst for knowledge, so this is, this is in meritocracy tree. Thirst for knowledge is in, admin. So thirst for knowledge, maybe... You could make all of these things give, like, 1 for every 5%, instead give 2% peasant, and 3% to all non-peasant, or something like this. But then education of the people, it's like, boy, do we increase average literacy really a lot, and then we get the average literacy percentage modifier on research progress, which gets heavily diluted out by the number of institutions. There's degrees to literacy. Lots of people in the past could read very simple things, but not books. Yeah. I don't know. You don't need to be able to read when you're, like, a peasant and you're, like, doing peasant things. Fix would be to reduce max literacy modifiers and maybe increase the thing proportionally. Yeah, this to me, though, is just, like, kind of low priority. Also, people like making the number go up. I don't know. There's, like, there's a lot of things where, like, I am coming from, like, a simulationist perspective, but then, like, maybe I'm ruining people's fun. You know, I give feedback on the game to try and make the game, like, better, but, like, maybe people just want 100% literacy, and it's not about the realism. The thing is, like, everyone says that they want realism, but not everyone, like, talking about it with the economy, people say that they want realism, but the realism from an economics perspective is that GDPs were stagnant during this time period for, like, 100 years, and people don't want to just, like, jump in, and they're like, hey, I can't grow my economy. Like, they jump on Reddit, they're like, hey, just picked up EU5, really excited to learn and have fun. How do I grow my economy? And then the number one comment just be like, you don't, Lamau. Like, it was like, growing economy, that's not realism. We don't do that here. Making players' lines go up is what sells Paradox games. Yeah, it's like what I'm meaning here in terms of, like, maybe it should be possible to get 100% literacy just because some players are going to want to do that and it's fun. Theoretically, if someone wanted to throw the entire, throw their entire nation's, like, mission behind increasing literacy, maybe this is even something you could do. It's the bonuses too, you know? Production efficiency from labor literacy. That's true, but that's not the biggest source of prod efficiency, but yeah. Maybe I'm too sweaty, but I get annoyed by the appeal to fun arguments. I'm, like, with you, because I'm, like, kind of in that camp, and I kind of want a simulation, and I want, like, layered systems and, like, this type of thing, but, like, also, like, it is a video game. I think I actually would not enjoy this game more if they made it so that it was impossible to grow your economy the first 100 years, like, one bit, because that's, like, kind of historic. And so, like, on some level, like, we're playing strategy games, and strategy games, like, you need to be able to do strategy game things, and one of those is, like, grow your economy, because, like, that's, like, something you do in games. People want a mechanical game, but with plausible realism. Yeah, so it's, like, another... People always say that they want realism, too, but, like, I feel like anytime I have a conversation with someone, people always want, like, stronger AI, but then, like, sometimes you make the stronger AI do stuff, and then they don't like it. Like, the AI, when it was playing stronger, although, to be fair, I think that they... I think the actual issue is that AI was just having too much money, and money was the issue. But when AI was hiring a ton of mercs, people were getting upset because the AI was spamming mercs. Well, that was absolutely what the AI should be doing. The AI wasn't punting by doing it. It was playing smart. Similarly, very recently, they started making the AI not urbanize as much. Well, right now, urbanization's insane. The AI should be urbanizing way more than it is. They just made the AI play worse because people didn't like it. And so, like... also, when the AI was super aggressive during the aggro winter, right? People were upset about that too. And it's like, the AI was just better. Like, France should be gobbling up, like, much more. France is doing some gobbling today. Ottomans too. They should be gobbling up way more than they do. But when you turn around to do it, people are like, oh, I don't like this. And it's like... I think it'd be okay with different areas, different aspects of the economy, like first 100 years mostly stagnant from a GDP POV, but you can still do a bunch of things. Realism, but not authenticity. Yeah, it should be fun, but meant to appeal to fun isn't people wanting OP modifiers I'm not as much a fan of because it's fun. Yeah, so like, the OP like modifier stacking type stuff I don't like as much, and that's kind of why I stopped playing EU4, but now it's like... Alright, we're doing a nation formation chain, guys. Like, I feel like I have to do all that stuff now. Check AI local governor. They don't have any. They got a lot better at it. That's a problem. They're basically free, so the AI should be really aggressive. Hey, look at France. Castile's using theirs. Castile should have two because they're a kingdom. So they're only using one. Aragon's using all three of theirs. Or both of theirs. England's not using one. I've definitely seen... I clicked on Hungary because I was expecting them to be using one. I've seen them use one in the past. Bohemia just has so much stuff going on anyways. Ottomans is throwing. Yep. Don't like what Ottomans is doing. Especially because... they're not even building the Seljuk Mint. Anyone else got the game open with the big fat Ottomans? We just took a screenshot here. Diluting actual game mechanics and strategy. Yeah, I'm a fan of... I don't have a problem with stylization of countries and making countries, like, way better at particular things and, like, worse at at other things, and, like, that being an interesting way to, like, make the game, but, like... maybe I do have a little bit of a problem with it. I don't know, like, I think if you want really, like, countries to feel really, really way different, you, like, want them to play different a little bit, but to some degree, like, you can also just, like, play a game that's a strategy game that's, like, a fantasy game, right, where you have orcs and elves and this type of thing, rather than historically speaking, because historically speaking, I know the racists, like, hate to hear it, but historically speaking, people are actually just very similar to each other. And the material conditions, like saying that these guys are way better at making cloth than these guys is, like, more a function of, like, the others, like, the material conditions in terms of demand for cloth, or the inputs, or this type of stuff, or something like this, than it is, like, some inherent advantage in cloth production, and if you make those material conditions the same, they should be about the same at cloth production. Yeah. My own run, France has only two. Aside from that, no one has one. We're only 100 years in. I mean, really, like, other people should have it. Like, they are effectively so ungodly cheap that, Austria's got one. Austria's sporting a governor. Wait. They changed it so you could build through subjects, that's right. Yeah. Autos don't own Kanye or Sivas? Oh, am I just blind? You're right, I just don't have eyes. I apologize. They don't own it. That's my bad. That's all me. Yeah, the AI is building it. Still, the Ottoman's not building a governor is pretty bad. Definitely seen the AI build some of them. Morocco doing? Morocco's not feeling it. Oh, Morocco. Poor Morocco doesn't understand how to handle the tribesmen. Just basically has zero movement. Egypt's built two as well. Kind of okay spots for him, too. I sent you my current Ottomans run in Discord. Are you playing as the Ottomans? Or you DM? You're playing as Scotland. Oh, and they have 3 governors, or they have 2 governors. See, that looks fine. We have 2 governors. We have 3. Pretty high average proximity, although we're still waiting on the integrations for the control portion of it. Do the Ottomans even have cities to build them? They should. Yeah. Burgi's a city. They have Ankara. Like, Ankara would be just fine as governor. This would actually be one of their better ones. It's right next to the silver and the horses as well. Unless the road connection's not working across. They do on this, though. There's not really much incentive. If they don't think that they have a road across here, maybe that's the issue. Yeah, but like even Tarnarvo, like this is just like a very obvious governor spot that would be good. No, Scotland? Yeah. So, just like what they have in terms of game start, the AI is not urbanizing very aggressively. Villefranche. So bad. You know, I really like urban rights. Maybe we'll work on an urban rights mod. Because, like, the balance on urban rights are just weird. It's probably just something I shouldn't be working on, though. I should be making videos. Anyways, thank you all for coming out. I hope you guys enjoyed. We'll see if anyone is streaming the category on Twitch and see if we can find... Ooh, Playmaker's playing Naples. I assume this is going to be a new run start, so that'll be pretty interesting. So I think he just finished his campaign. We'll link on YouTube his Twitch. Although I think he cross-streams. I'm not 100%, and then we will also throw him a raid on the Twitch. But that's kind of good timing. It looks like he's just getting started. Good night from the Dominion's mines. We might have to get it back in the mix. We might start another Dominions game at some point. But we will say goodbye to the YouTubers. Goodbye, YouTubers. And we will say goodbye to the Twitch people as well via raid. Goodbye, Twitch people.